Hello, hello. Mic test 1, 2, 3. I'm audible. Can you hear me?
Hello, mic testing 1, 2, 3. Mic testing 1, 2, 3.
Audible. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Mic test 1, 2, 3. I'm audible. Can you hear me? Sir. Sir, orange. Sir, suppose start achina in the WebEx already in the WebEx welcome welcome button. Suppose start.
Click பண்ணிடணும். அதை click பண்ணிடணும். Webex ஆல.
just put their mobile phones into silent mode, please. And whoever wants to connect to the Wi-Fi ID and the password is there. So you can use that to connect to the Wi-Fi also. Good morning, sir. Good morning. And the Secretary MOES has joined us and Dr. Shailesh Naik also joined. So we'll start with the workshop now. I will request Dr. Purnima to start with the proceeding, please.
Respected Secretary MOES, former secretaries, I think current directors of institutes are also have joined. Professors of IIT, other special invited guests, and current directors of the autonomous bodies and also former directors of NIOT, gathered scientists and staff of NIOT. I first of all wish you a very, very good morning. Today we are here to participate in a workshop to be held in honor of Dr. G.A. Ramadas, Director NIOT, who is superannuating at the end of this month. He has been part of the NIOT family since the inception of the institute and has watched it grow. He has made tremendous contributions in the area of deep sea technologies and has many achievements to his credit, but details of this will be shortly briefed by Commander Gopkumar. He has led NIOT since December 2020, and it is only apt to hold a workshop in his honor. The workshop will consist of talks by NIOT group heads, and also it will be followed by a panel discussion with dignitaries like former secretaries, former directors, current directors, and also professors from NIOT, from IIT. So this workshop is focusing on blue economy, which is an important aspect for our ministry, since the Ministry of Earth Sciences has been formulating the policy for blue economy. Blue economy is especially relevant to NIOT activities, and thus this topic is very apt for the occasion, since Dr. Ramdas has been specializing in and has developed expertise in deep sea technologies. I heartily welcome you to this workshop in honor of Dr. Ramdas, and I'm sure the deliberations would shed light on the various aspects of this topic. Once again, I welcome all of you and thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We will deviate from the agenda a little while because the secretary has to leave for another meeting. So I will request the secretary with the inaugural address. Before the address, I will just read out the brief biodata of the secretary. Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary MOES, a physicist by training, has deep and varied research interests in atmospheric physics.
I think Gopkumar,
Sir.
I think this group knows.
Sir.
So you tell about Ramdas, I will be very happy to listen. Otherwise, I will start.
Sir, then I request you to start with the address, please, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you all, past secretaries and directors and colleagues and friends. And I think first and foremost, I thank NIOT for organizing this workshop. Basically, a workshop on developments of blue economy and deep sea technology in honoring our Ramdas, Dr. Ramdas. So I think it is a very important things you have made it. I think two important things today. One is blue economy and second one, Ramdas. These are the 2 points. So as you know, the blue economy perspective, you all know that the importance of blue economy. Of course, now very soon we will be getting within 100 days the blue economy policy, and the Ministry of Earth Sciences, especially National Institute of Ocean Technology, will play a vital role in implementing the blue economy policy. As you all know that I always feel that I think the future is mainly focused on 5 aspects. One is water, food, energy, and health, and finally climate change. I think health, I mean health of the people as well as the human, as well as health of the ecosystem. So this all 5 things, we cannot talk without the ocean. You want to food, that means fisheries or seaweeds or anything you talk about food, the protein is richly available in the ocean. And also we have not harnessed, because the highest what is called blue growth, or maybe what you can say that the ecosystem is available, that means proteins are available in the ocean. I think we need to harness sustainably. And India, we are only harvesting only in the coastal region. We need to think about beyond how sustainable fisheries we have to do, and so that the economy of present 1% can improve to 2% at least. So that is our objective. We need to think. In that respect, I think ocean technology, we can think of anything FAD, fish aggregation device, or any other technology we can do that is more important. I think it is very, very important that NIOT has think about that. And number 2 is water. Of course, the water in NIOT already is proved the desalination plant. I think we need to go beyond. Of course, we need to go water with the energy. And the energy, I think, whatever the water or various forms of energy, I think recently we estimated the ocean is in our EEZ is having more than roughly about 1,000 petawatts are available theoretically. Of course, we need to find out how much technology is available to harness. Then even 10% technology is available for harnessing. I think it is the biggest energy we have. And even 1% economically feasible, I think that's a great. So I think we need to develop more and more technology related to energy and water. I think if it is together, along with the ecosystem, what we have done in Lakshadweep, I think it is a great thing. I think that we need to replicate, or we have to give more and more innovation in that itself. That is more important. And of course, the health, I mean, is the health of the human being. For that, whether we can get the drugs or pharmaceuticals or any other nutraceuticals, can get it from the ocean. And also we need to have a health of the ecosystem, such as coral reef and mangroves and seagrass, where we need to plant, what type of things we need to plant, and all these things we need to think about it. I think that is also, we need a technological element in that aspect. So I think health of the ecosystem. And lastly, the climate change. When you talk about anything climate change, now everything is talked about climate change. But when you talk mainly climate change, means that main thing is the ocean. So without ocean, you cannot talk about climate change, because this is either you take about heat or mass or any carbon dioxide, everything, this is an absorber, and it is going to release later soon, very slowly. So it is very important that we need to develop various technologies. Apart from that, we also think about ocean, maybe the blue economy policy or blue economy perspective, like minerals. And also we need to have ecotourism. And also we need to have I think tourism is very, very, what is called infant in our Indian system. I think we need to start the coastal ecotourism, where oceanarium, or how we can use the coastal currents for the main ecosystem and other things we need to think about it. And there are many things, of course, we have to do marine to trade, how the services, marine sectors, and blue biotechnology, and also various other things, soil protection, and many things we can think of in terms of blue economy. I think NIOT has to play a vital role. And coming back to, I think in the coming years, maybe NIOT will significantly contribute in various technology, because other than NIOT, nobody is doing for the technology perspective. Even energy sector or any sector, if you see that, NIOT has to play a pivotal role. And if NIOT is not doing, nobody will be doing. That is, I'm sure. So I think it is very important that we need to start some of the technology, and matured way we have to, what is called, we should not demonstration level. We have to go in the final stage, proof and maybe we have to start with the industry right from the beginning. We need to make it. And coming back to Dr. Ramdas, I think I feel that he is my friend, best friend, and also he is I know him since 1997. From May, when I joined, we are all together in the IIT campus, and I think he has significantly contributed to NIOT. I know that he has, right from the initial stage of NIOT, he was grown along with NIOT. And of course, he is like a moved boy. Maybe I may be drifted from different places, but he is like a moved boy and very anchored in NIOT, and he has whatever contribution he has done, he has much more in terms of science and technology and various aspects. And also he has spearheaded various groups, right from actually when nobody was there, any mining or any other technology, he is the man. So he will be given the additional responsibility. That way he has been given the chance and he has proved many of the technological aspects. I think his contributions is immense. And when compared to deep ocean mission, he was single-handedly spearheading in NIOT. There are 4 pillars was working on NIOT is working on 4 pillars in, I think, under his headship. I think all these peers, he is able to contribute much more. I'm sure even though he is maybe officially, he may be retiring from the first innings from this month, but in second innings, continues to contribute to the NIOT growth as well as the ministry's contribution in various aspects. I think he will continue to do his contribution. I am sure that he will not be able to keep quiet. So he will continue to contribute, and we request his knowledge and service in the second innings too. With these few words, I think I wish Dr. Ramdas and his family, I don't know, the maybe retirement, I don't want to say. It is maybe you have to spend a little more time with your family, that's it. So otherwise, you continue to contribute to organization and we will keep in touch with them. And best wishes and for the second innings, and we will keep in touch with you in the coming years. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking time off and joining the morning, sir. And with this, we'll continue with the address by Dr. G. Ramdas. I would have liked to give a longer introduction to sir, but I think everybody knows Dr. G. Ramdas. So I'll let him speak first. Sir, over to you, sir.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank our Secretary, Dr. Rajendra, for his kind words. And as he rightly said, we have been friends for last 27 years, and both are physicists by training and degrees, actually. So I really thank him for his warm words and the support I have received from him so far, actually. And we all grew up together in the last 3 decades. In fact, it's actually, we are so close. It was really funny to see Dr. Purnima saying good words about me with a straight face. That too, actually, it was really. But formally, very good morning and welcome to former secretaries, former directors, the people who taught me, people who recruited me, people who nurtured me, people who led me, and people who have been with me for long, and people who have been my junior colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here. It's very difficult to understand that I'm retiring because I'm still thinking that somebody by name Dr. Ramdas is retiring and I'm participating in that function, but I think it will sink in slowly. And coming back to this one, it's more about blue economy than me today. So I want to say a few words about blue economy. And my economy has always been blue because I have been getting salary from Ministry of Earth Science, earlier Department of Ocean Development. So I fed my family, I educated my daughter, I built my house, I lived my life with money I received from the department, actually, and the ministry. So my economy has been blue. But now what is blue economy? It has been actually there for a long, long time, actually. This Ocean commerce is there. We are getting actually money from actually shipping, because 70% of the traffic is by shipping only. That cargo traffic is by shipping. And fisheries, tourism, many things actually, oil and natural gas we are getting. But what is new about ocean and the blue economy? How much we are contributing from the renewables? How much we are contributing by the minerals? How much fishing has gone up? If you see, I think it's less than 1%. But what makes it blue economy is the sustainability. We have to make it sustainable. I don't want to use word exploitation, but harvesting of the oceans actually. So it is the sustainability that makes blue economy really relevant today. Eventually, the contribution to blue economy by these these things will be going up, and contribution of blue economy to GDP will go up definitely. But today, what makes it actually important is the word sustainability. And this is where technology comes into play. If somebody asks actually how much VOTEC is contributing, how much wave energy is contributing to the, or how much offshore wind is contributing to the total power generated, I don't know. And if somebody asks how much minerals you have really unearthed, it's almost zero. Okay, so, but the technology for making this possible in a sustainable way is important. That's where NIOT is playing a role. We develop actually a technology for sustainable harvesting of living and non-living resources. In a way, not in a very, it's a wrong connotation, but we may be colonizing the oceans. But if you see early colonial nations like Britain and other people, actually, the moment they go somewhere, the first thing they do is survey the land and then learn the language, establish the transport, and establish the communications. That's how they colonized, or actually later what they did, they plundered or not, that's a different matter. But one thing is, that's how they planned. If you really want to really harvest the oceans, first of all, we should understand the oceans. What we don't understand, we cannot harvest, we cannot protect. Earlier, Mother Earth was given to us in virgin condition, but now the ocean is actually troubled. Okay, we are owning and we are starting a troubled source to harvest the resources. So we should be very careful how we really harness or harvest these ocean resources. So we need to understand. For understanding, we have to explore how much data are important, how much data is important actually for understanding the ocean. It's like asking actually how many pieces are required to complete a jigsaw puzzle. We need all the pieces to make it actually a complete picture. Even if you leave one piece, it will be incomplete. So never count your pennies while collecting the information or exploring the ocean. Every bit helps. That's where right from exploring the resources, estimating the abundance, estimating the environmental impact, and developing technology for harvesting, everywhere Ministry of Earth Science and NIOT has to play a role. Of course, I always say, when we say about research and development, R&D, in the context of NIOT, it is actually small r and capital D. We stress on development. We don't stress much on research, but of course we do a lot of research. We publish papers, but we call it actually three-dimensional technology, 3D technology. Design, develop, and demonstrate. The small band of people here, which actually they do all these things. And when we are doing a remotely operated vehicle, at the time I didn't know who Dr. Goel was and what he did. So in one of the reviews, I was explaining to him what is meant by navigation, underwater navigation, and he was patiently listening to me. Somebody told me, you are talking to a man who made the first triple axis stabilized satellite and all. But I was stunned actually. Then he told me, Dr. Ramdas, if really ISRO takes up this work, there'll be minimum 50 people in this one for navigation alone. So he told me that it's not that just technology, that expertise is very important. So What we say is that we started without knowing what we were doing actually at the time. But one thing is, we really, I hope Goel sir will agree with me that we have gone some distance actually. And similarly, when we first made one first product of NIOT, it's called tide gauge. The first project we inherited is actually ocean energy project, but I made a high school demonstration to Professor Ravindran and Dr. Muthunayakan. I don't know what they saw in that one. They said, go ahead, we'll give you money. It was really like a high school demonstration in the lab actually, but they okayed it actually. At the time when I was badgered for it's not one printer not working in ATG, I went and tried to Professor Ravindran. He told me, Dr. Ramdas, this is NIOT pass mark is 100%. 99% is fail. Either tide gauge works or not, desalination produces water or not, ROV goes down or not. That's all. No, but that is actually, it's an honor for us to be, somebody expects us something from us like that. But if you see the success of oceanographic instrumentation or ocean technology, if it is 60%, it's really a great success actually. Many of the equipment we buy from international market also don't cross this limit actually. So this is where NIOT plays a role. I always say we are similar to Indian Navy or Coast Guard because they protect Indian waters, but MOES and NIOT make these waters really worth protecting. Okay, we generate wealth. Immediately, it may not be counted actually in rupees or dollars, but definitely we are laying the foundation. Foundation may not be seen, only the top flag will be seen. Foundation may look ugly, it may not look beautiful, but we have a definite role to play. And under the leadership of Professor Ravindran, actually, when we started in IIT in one single room with a table, it was like a actually, it's like playing a game. Actually, that means that. Yeah, actually, always one table, one chair was actually less. Actually, most of the time we spent in library. He asked us to go to library and read. We read it. The first 2 years of what I read and what made notes actually, that really helped me a lot. And that's like people say, like Vivekananda said, a single cellular organism, how it grew into a complete man with just sheer determination to become something. NIOT became something today. We shifted to the ICNSR laboratory. And then we came here. He imagined actually what it is to be. And he led. And today, whatever we have, we owe to these people. Professor Ravindran, Dr. Goel, all our secretaries and all. Later, Dr. Kadroli came in. He brought dynamism to NIOT. He wanted everything yesterday evening, not tomorrow morning, actually. So it was really this thing. Then Dr. Atman took over. He brought system to the institute. Everything was just a paper and sign it and come back, actually. So, but whether it is promotions, whether it is anything, he brought a system. And before Dr. Atman took over, we always went into the sea and boarded the ship there, actually. It was really, every boarding of the ship was life and death question. But he said, nothing doing. My ships will always come to port. My people will always board in port, actually. So each director has brought something to the table. Okay. And I don't know how much I really brought to the table, but at least I hope I have not devalued or I have not brought it down. Now today, 2 days back, we were in VSSC. It was heartening to see our people participating in the discussions, almost like partners of VSSC, ISRO, really. And Indian Navy, or their doors are always open for us. We can walk into any section of Indian Navy and ask from Chief of Naval Staff to, I'm not exaggerating, to down the line. ISRO, chairman is our friend, and thanks to, again, Dr. Goel, actually, we have been introduced to many systems of ISRO, and we are now welcome there. Like that, we have gone into, for Air Force, we have found their last aircraft, which was lost at 3,500 meters water depth. And Air Chief Marshal, actually, that he wrote a letter to us directly, thanking us, actually. So now NIOT name is taken. And for DRDO, we retrieved that torpedo, which was lost at 200 meters water depth. So we are actually rubbing shoulders with all these people. We are in that bracket, actually. And I thank all our mentors. starting from the first director, first secretary, till now actually, for all their contributions, for all their encouragement to us. And now this is Decade of Oceans, and Deep Ocean Mission has been announced by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, and Dr. Rajivan and later Dr. Rajendra, actually they made it a reality actually about Deep Ocean Mission, and BE policy is being actually announced. So it is actually the time is ripe. I say that this is the only ministry where we have ample funds and ample opportunities, projects. Where do we get this kind of opportunities? Where do we get this kind of leadership? Where do we get this kind of nurturing actually? Only in, I dare say that even CSIR, DRDO, of ISRO, they are actually established, but one thing is not like this. This is actually, we are living in a golden period. I don't know about the country and other things, but in Ministry of Earth Sciences, we are living in Amrit Kal. This is actually the most opportune moment, and I request all NIOTians really not to rest on their laurels, and I want them to make take advantage of the situation. Don't think about actually the ranks, the promotions. Everything will come in time. On a long run, everything will be averaged out, and you get what you deserve, definitely. If not today, tomorrow you will get it. Don't get disheartened. But only thing is concentrate on your work. So let's not squander this opportunity. I once again thank all of you and my leaders, my mentors, my teachers, my gurus, my bosses, my colleagues, and my junior colleagues, and all of you. Really, it's actually, I am what I am only because of you. This is, I can cross my heart and tell you, okay, I don't want to take any name, because if I take names, I'll miss a lot of names. But I tell you, every one of you really matter in my life. And I am going as a very satisfied person. I'm sure I'm around, and I'm only, I keep repeating myself. I always say that I'm only one phone call away, one message away, one mail away. Okay. So if you, whenever you want, I am there. Okay. If I can contribute, I'll contribute. If I don't contribute, at least I won't disturb you. Okay. And thank you very much for all your love, affection, and I cannot say more than this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With this, we'll go to the next speaker in the inaugural session, Dr. Vijay Kumar, advisor at MOES. He steers the major programs at NIOT, in addition to the programs related to polar science and cryosphere. Over to you, sir. Dr. Vijay Kumar will be joining online.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gopakumar. Dr. Ravichandran, Dr. Nayak, Dr. Goel, Professor Ravindran. I am seeing some of the faces. Good morning to all. So I am joining from Delhi. So I thought I should join in NIOT, but due to some other preoccupations, so I am not able to travel. So my excuse for that. As such, Dr. Ravichandran has already, you can say, spoken about the importance of blue economy, and then Dr. Ramdas has said that today's day is blue economy and Ramdas. So I think blue economy is already spoken both by Ravichandran and Dr. Ramdas. So maybe I will talk about Dr. Ramdas, or whatever experience I have or whatever I know about Dr. Ramdas, as such, working with him for last almost 12 to 13 years. So I came into contact with Dr. Ramdas, I think in 2011 or in the beginning of 2012, after I joined Ministry of Earth Sciences, and I was given the task of handling the ocean technology programs at that time. So I know Dr. Ramdas over last 12 years, and As such, I have very good experience working with him, both as professionally and also personal on personal level also. And if we talk about the blue economy, as such Dr. Ravichandran said, there are many verticals under the blue economy and the policy which we are thinking of bringing out. And then the main aim of the blue economy is to increase the economy or the contribution of blue economy to India's economy from say single digit to the double digit. So as per my understanding, I think the ocean technology is the main link, or you can say the critical component if we increase the contribution of blue economy from say existing 4% to say 10%. You may know the resources which are available in the ocean, you know the science of the ocean, but if you have to create economy, you need the technology. And I am happy that NIOT is working in the, or you can say is part of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, and is the only institute in India which takes care of the ocean technology component. Lately, we have seen many other ministries working in the related to blue economy, but they always look into towards NIOT and towards the Ministry of Earth Sciences for that technology, because they may be knowing the many resources and all that exploration over the years. But if you have to exploit that sources, that technology is the component. And over the years, I think NIOT and specifically Dr. Ramdas has contributed to many of the major programs of Ministry of Earth Sciences. Either you can say it is DOM, Deep Ocean Mission, or you talk about the Blue Economy Policy, Deep Ocean Mission, the EFC, the Cabinet Note, and the you can say all the components related to Deep Ocean Mission and blue economy. So Ramdas has contributed to its preparation of the different documents, getting the approvals. So whenever we have any query from any sources, so we always look or we always depend on Dr. Ramdas to provide some inputs. And not only you can say in India, Dr. Ramdas has very good reputation over the globe also. So I have some experience working with him, attending some of the council and assembly meeting in the International Seabed Authority. So whenever I meet any person who has attended these meetings, he always asks where is Dr. Ramdas and how is doing. And he always praises Dr. Ramdas for his whatever inputs we provide at the in the council and in the assembly. So he has a very you can say good reputation both in India and at the global level. And yesterday while attending the governing board meeting of NIOT, he told that he has attended all the 66 meetings of GC or GB of NIOT. So that also shows his rich experience and long association with the working of the National Institute of Ocean Technology. So his contribution to the you can say growth and progress of NIOT is immense. He has, as he has told that they have started in a small room in IIT, and now they have a big campus and with big reputation. So it is all the you can say contribution of Dr. Ramdas and his team, his colleagues from NIOT. So I don't have much to say. So I think we will listen to the today's presentations and then the panel discussion in the afternoon related to the blue economy and how the how the NIOT can contribute more or in the blue economy and the deep ocean deep sea technologies. And we look forward for continuation of the support of Dr. Ramdas in the coming years also. He may be supernating from the official position, but I think he will guide the younger people in NIOT and also help Ministry of Earth Sciences in progressing forward, whether it is related to deep ocean mission or to blue economy or any technology related to oceans. So I wish him and his family a great success in their second inning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay.
Thank you, sir. This will go to the next speaker, Professor M. Ravindran, the founder director of NIOT. His mission mode action was the drive in converting the germ of an idea set up at IIT Madras to an institution that we have today. He was also a mentor and guide to many of the past and current senior ocean technology scientists and researchers. I invite Professor Ravindran to address and share his thoughts, please.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal. Dr. Ramdas, Dr. Goyal, and other senior colleagues, and researchers of NIOT, research scholars. I am very happy to be here today. Not only to say a formal farewell to Dr. Ramdas, even though he will not be leaving us, he will be here, but as a director, he will be retiring. But also greet all of you and also discuss the latest issues of ocean technology. So, as all of you know, India is a country which is surrounded on all the three sides by the oceans. The Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea are not deep enough, or not deep sea to the tune of 6,000 meters. So, but the industrial metals like copper, cobalt, nickel are available mainly in deep sea locations. Therefore, India has to develop capability to work in deep oceans and mine these minerals, having this very important industrial material to survive in the industrial development across the world. Therefore, we being R&D institutions, we deal with the fundamentals of the deep sea research. The problems are large water depth. Every component in the system is subjected to 600 bar pressure, static pressure. So basically, you have to design the system to withstand this very large static pressure. Then large water depths, 6,000 meter water depth. So anything which you mine has to be pumped up to the ship floating at the surface. Then transfer this material, because they are all available far from the ports. So you have to transport them to the ports. So none of these things are cheap. Therefore, exploitation of deep sea minerals is a very, very expensive process. Therefore, which is capable of being manufactured indigenously, installed indigenously by the indigenous capability, and also recovered and maintained. So, Therefore, as a technology institute, we have to guide the people in all these activities related to deep sea mining. Some of the existing deep sea technologies, people use it. Grab dredge. Grab dredge can be used for any depth, but it's a very, very slow and intermittent process, and it can never be economically viable. So the other alternative is to go for hydraulic lifts. And there may be a number of pumping stations across a depth to 5,000 meter depth. So these hydraulic lifts are basically rotodynamic pumps. They have to deal with the large rates of flow and also handle large solid in the flow. So only we have to take care of when you install them in deep sea, and we have to supply power to them. So the complete system has to be individually developed. As a technology institute, we have to identify different manufacturing institutions which could efficiently develop each component, the bottom system, the pipeline system, the motors and other things, and the receiving system at the top. Therefore, the industries abroad, KSB and other major companies in America are doing, but in India, ONGC, BHL, and maybe institutions like CMERI are very keen to participate in this technology development. So, in order to continuously work on the development of this new technology and technology systems, what is needed to be developed in the country, the ministry should request the academic institutions to offer the design courses for a very support system. Industries of large industries are required, which could manufacture and install them. And we should also have the mechanical system, which could install and recover them. So, none of these things are too complicated. If specific manpower is trained in these areas, it will be no issue. Therefore, deep sea mining is an affordable technology for India within a reasonable amount of time. Therefore, the role of NIOT, what is the role of NIOT? We cannot do deep sea mining. So we should bring together various agencies like academic institutions, industries, and this thing, and encourage them to take up joint research projects in the technology development. That is what they say, and we could be advising them and convert them into the final system project. So that's what NIOT could do. And I think all the younger colleagues will also be happy that to work in this new area, that we are able to utilize the deep sea resources. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We come to the last of the speakers in this inaugural session. Dr. P.S. Goel, former Secretary MOES. He is also a Padma Shri awardee of 2001.
Okay,
Sir,
everyone knows.
over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rajendra, I hope he's there. Otherwise, he must have left for the reviews. Dr. Shailesh Nayak, Professor Ravindran, Dr. Atmanand Ramanmurthy, Ramdas, and all of you good friends here, and those who have joined online. First, I'll just focus a little bit on blue economy and technology, and we'll come to Ramdas maybe in the last session. When we talk of ocean technology, I'm not looking only at deep sea, just total. There are three aspects why we do technology. Number one is we want to demonstrate to the world that we are capable of doing things which any other country can do. So we want to be at par in technology level. So there's more of an image. Yesterday, I was discussing with others about Arbor satellite, why we did that. It was not giving much on science, but it was demonstrating capability of the country. And because of that, across the country in 1975, we gave a message that India can do sophisticated technology. So similarly here, when we are doing, let's say, deep sea, 6,000 meter Matsya, what is the meaning of that? It's not giving maybe directly any economic benefit, but it demonstrates to the world that we can do complex technology. So that means it's a question of image of the country. So that's one aspect. Second aspect is we do technology which is relevant to the society. That means we bring value to the society, the people, and in ocean case, mostly the poor people, because across the coast, across the ocean coast, you normally get people who are poor. So this is second purpose. And third is the real blue economy. That means we are generating wealth from the ocean technology. So to my mind, there are three distinct things. Of course, deep sea technology is one part of it, because that also covers probably all the three, if not three, at least two. That means image building as well as the resources. Now, coming to that, then the next point is, we have celebrated 25th anniversary of NIOT recently. And we have to look at, from the point of view of blue economy, where we have reached. And this gives me an analogy with ISRO. In the mid-80s, we had developed the capability of remote sensing in ISRO. We had also developed the capability of making communication satellites. But the question was, can we do a service component of the remote sensing or a service component of the communication? We can't. And that's why we created a setup called Entrix. And Entrix is existing almost now for 40 years. The role of Entrix was and is, of course, Entrix is replaced by another body now, and Entrix is very close for some other region, was to really have a link between society, including business community. Because if we have to give a communication technology spread across the country to the people, we need people like maybe Airtel or maybe like Tata Sky, who will bring this technology to the country, because satellite, they'll get a signal, then transmit it. Similarly, when we are talking of a deep ocean technology, suppose you have to, as Dr. Ravindran was talking, if you have to really do deep sea mining, we are responsible only for the technology component. But can we do mining ourselves on a commercial basis? It's not possible. So have we thought of bringing a sort of connection between the industry who will do it? And then you will say very clearly, there's no existing industry like that. It's not there. But then bringing or creating an industry, who will do that? So when I look at the blue economy part, actually Ramdas mentioned 3Ds. For me, for my consideration, apology from him, 3Ds are not enough. Just not enough. You demonstrate something, that's over. It doesn't mean anything. The country does not get any generation of wealth from demonstration. Country will get or generate wealth only when someone exploits their capability, and that is missing. So my sincere advice to the Ministry of Earth Science, or even you're writing the policy today, it will be that we have to create a mechanism like Entrix in Ministry of Earth Science, or maybe part of an IoT. I'm talking Ministry of Science in general, but it could be part of an IoT or could be somewhere. But you need to create a mechanism where you have to interface. And then even if we have to fund industry, like, there is a huge money available under startups, under various mechanisms. So we have to nurture the industry, even at the cost of government money, because then only it will happen. So this is another very important part. Thirdly, I thought one more point I'll mention. You have developed a lot of capability, particularly for the coastal region, whether it's a mud crab or whether it's a, you have the fishing cluster by caging culture. But when you look at today, what the outreach, you would not find even 1,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. I would like to see that to go. See, we are giving fishery advisories to almost 6 lakhs fishermen in this country today. That's what I was told. Inquest is giving. Now, when we can connect 6 lakhs fishermen, can they get any advantage of these technologies which are low-hanging fruits? And impact of that will be much larger, because even if one fisher saves 100 rupees a day, if 6 lakhs will do, that means we are talking of 6 crores every day. So that is the kind of impact we need to. So what I'm suggesting is, no doubt we have to do the technology development, because that's for the future. But our outreach to the industry, our route to the people, blue economy will not happen unless we bridge this gap. In fact, I remember something like 2016, there was a big meeting called by Dr. Saraswat and Niti Aayog. And all the secretary level people were there. I was also called as an expert in that. And idea was, where is lacking in this science and technology? And came only one thing, that we are lacking the mechanism to translate from R&D to product. We just stop at R&D, products we don't develop. I'll give you another example. I was just looking at aircraft story. And I know from the CMD, Krishna Das Nair, that when the Tejas was developed, first prototype developed was by ADA. And then the drawings were given to HAL. HAL said they took 5 years to translate those drawings into production. 5 years went. And we talk of a concurrent technology, we have been talking for almost 30, 40 years. But the development was not concurrent. So industrialization took another 5 years. I mean, to produce that. And of course, they are producing now maybe something like 20 per year. It's also very small. But it's still, so that gap is there. So how do we bridge that gap? So my first thought is that we must create a mechanism now, either at the ministry level, equivalent of Entrix in the Ministry of Sciences. Secondly, we need to really connect ourselves. There is a huge amount of money available under offshore winds. And I remember as the chairman of RC, I have been talking about at least 6 years that we need to develop the capability to create proper foundation. Because when you're talking offshore wind, the difference between offshore and onshore is only two. Number one, I should have a foundation maybe at 200-meter depth, which may be a technology may be available even from the oil rigs, but we need to really bring it to the society. And second is how to erect it, because when you're erecting a thing, I mean, huge, the blade of a 16 megabyte or 12 megawatt capacity windmill is of the size of a 747 thing. How do we erect that? If we focus on that, probably we can make a difference to the society. So the development per se, the actual work will be done by the industry. Can we connect with the industry who is involved in that? Or maybe can we create an industry? So these are the thoughts I thought I wanted to give you, that let's have a distinction between these three things. A technology which is for the people, which is for the poor people, which we are low hanging fruits, that we should do. We should create one mechanism. Technology for the blue economy, which requires larger industry, that's another mechanism. And third, of course, you are doing, because that's when we are talking of a mission only for the image. For that, we don't need anything, and I have to put enough. With these comments, I thought some action or some thought plan will be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for setting the contours of the discussion for the day. And with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. I'd like to thank all the speakers, all the dignitaries, all of the former directors, former secretaries who have been present and taking time off. With this, we'll take a 5-minute break and join up for the technical presentations by NIOT, which sets the base for discussion on the blue economy, which follows thereafter. Thank you.
Dr. Kumar, just with the permission of I would like to thank everybody for all the kind words and all, and especially Dr. Sailesh Naik, who was online actually. I wanted to say a few words that he used to tell me that unless ROV works without me, it's not working. Okay. Now I want to tell him, sir, actually now all the technologies are working without my intervention, and sometimes they are doing better because I'm not intervening actually. So that way NIOT has matured. And second thing is was Ravindran actually once when Atman and myself, when we were in Goa with him for this PMN meeting, actually he was blasting me, he was shouting at me for something. Then Madam asked him, when will you treat Dr. Ramdas as a grown-up man? He said, never. As long as I'm there, actually, he is younger to me and I treat him like a kid only. So today, at least today, I think I should be treating as a grown-up man, actually. But I hope I have grown up really. And I thank all the speakers, starting from Dr. Ravichandran, Dr. Goyal, and Dr. Ravindran, and Dr. Vijay Kumar, and like for saying kind words about me. And I thank all of you for participating in this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 1035 hours. Anybody wants to use the toilet? Serving, yes. Good morning. May I request all to please take the seats, please? We'll commence with the second session, technical presentations by NIOT. I'll request Nidhi Vashini to please initiate the proceedings.
A very good morning. Welcome back to the technical sessions of the workshop. So I request Dr. Poonima Jalihal, Group Head, Energy and Freshwater, to give her first presentation.
Good morning again. So I'll be speaking about the energy and freshwater activities that we have been doing. At the outset, before I start, I'd like to say a big thank you to Dr. Ramdas, because for the last 3 years, he has completely supported whatever we have been doing. A lot of work was already in continuation, and some new works were taken up, and he fully supported us and encouraged us. In fact, some which had been stopped, some of the activities, he actually said, you please revive them because they have potential. And so on behalf of the Energy and Freshwater Group, we'd like to say that we're really grateful for supporting us through these last 3 years of your tenure. So we know that the renewable ocean energy forms are the ones listed here. Generally, offshore wind and floating solar PV is not considered as ocean energy because the motive force there is not seawater. So in NIOT, we have been working on wave, tidal, and thermal gradient. And of course, the wave energy program was brought here by Professor Ravindran. And he and Dr. Muthunaikam had the vision to try to do a big 1 megawatt OTEC project also, which taught us a whole lot of things as far as the ocean is concerned. I won't go into the details of all the history, but the wave energy program taught us a lot from the wind engine plant, and we decided to move to off-grid devices. And the PVDB was the genesis of that. And today we have the wave-powered navigational buoy, which has become a product. It has been transferred to industry. It has been working continuously in the Ennur port. They are paying us for more such buoys, and the Chennai port also has now decided to use them in their navigational channel. So in this context, there is a lot of, I really support what Dr. Ravichandran said, that one of the prongs of the 5-pronged approach that he has been talking about, energy is one of them. And ocean energy needs to go a long way in the country because of the large EZ that we have and a lot of energy that can be harnessed. Yes, there are, we are close to the tropics and possibly the wave climates are not high, but this actually has to be utilized for our benefit, because in Europe, with all the high wave energy forms, survival has become the biggest challenge. As a member of the Ocean Energy Systems Executive Committee internationally, I see that a lot of programs have been taken up, but the survivability has become a problem. In India, that is not an issue. The navigational buoy has survived the several cyclones over the last few years, and we have never had any problem. We've always been able to go and maintain it and make it work again. So this is the advantage, and therefore we need to only work on the commercial viability in the long run. So small devices in kilowatt ranges are also very important for the country, and we need to focus on that as well and not get lost in saying megawatts and gigawatts. Hydrokinetic turbines, this is what we have demonstrated in Andaman, and there is a real need for 5 kilowatt off-grid units. The Forest Department has requested me that this kind of things, because there are a lot of pockets, it's a security prone zone, and there are forest security outposts where people are sitting in darkness without water. So there is an MOU with them, and we are trying to revive the hydrokinetic turbines, which had been kind of temporarily stopped. Of course, everybody knows about the low temperature thermal desalination. When we first made the Kavratti plant, we should say it was the vision of Dr. Mutunaikam and also Dr. Harsh Gupta, who allowed us to do this and supported this at a very low cost. We put this up. Today, even 19 years after its installation in 2005, it is still producing water and has changed the lives of the people there. It has led to several more island plants, which Fani Kumar will talk about shortly. This led to a DPR made by L&T, because we wanted to involve industry for a 10 million liter per day offshore desalination plant. Of course, this is on a semi-submersible and it is very, very capital intensive. But, India today, if you compare with China, we are very, very much behind in the marine sector. I'm not going to talk about those details today, but basically in every sector that you see for the marine, China is at least 10 times to up to 50 times higher in capacity. Even if you compare simple DWTs, they are 40 times higher than us. So by doing these kind of projects, we're actually going to do capacity building. Industry is waiting to try to build a semi-submersible or a spar in the country. And we are yet to get into that mode and get the opportunity to do this. So everybody knows that desalination is energy intensive, any form of desalination for that matter. So it is best to go by using renewables. And we've already shown the wave-powered RO way back in 2003 when Professor Ravindran was the director. We have done solar desalination, and now we are doing the first ever open cycle OTEC powered desalination plant at Kavratti. So this will be the first plant. All the other desalination plants in islands are actually drawing power from the grid. This will be self-powered. It will generate power and it will also generate water parallelly. There are two challenges in these projects compared to the earlier ones, which we have already mastered, the LTTD projects in the islands. But this is going to have a very, very long cold water pipe, about 3.5 kilometers, and also the first ever turbine. The configuration also has been changed. All the other plants have the bridge and the sump kind of concept. This time around, to avoid marine construction, we have changed the configuration, and there will be the pipeline will actually come through the ground, and then the sumps will be located. Everything will be on ground to avoid any marine work. Only the pipeline will go down to the 1,000-meter water depth. So these are all just pictures of how advanced the progress is. This is the turbine. It is being assembled right now. The first ever open cycle OTEC turbine designed and manufactured in the country. We have a long pipeline, of course. You can see the 500 meters has been welded. Civil construction on the land. It's only on the land now, and that is going on in full swing. So these are again some pictures. So this is the long pipeline that I was talking about. This needs special design. It is being vetted by outsiders as well. It has got several facets to it: the on-bottom stability analysis, the in-place analysis. VIV is playing a big role in this pipeline because of its aspect ratio. And of course, we are also working on the failure and fatigue checks. These are just some pictures of how we are handling the VIV. Now, the group also is handling the vertical 5 under the Deep Ocean mission. And it has two objectives. One is the studies and detailed engineering design for the high capacity platform mounted OTEC powered desalination plant. This will be a DPR. As I told you earlier, DPR was there for desalination. Now it will be a combination with OTEC, and we're also going to try to work with hydrogen. Basically, it's again, the impacts are going to be the offshore engineering capacity building. And when done, it will be the first indigenously built offshore platform. So this is the first objective where an OTEC powered LTTD plant, there'll be 2 modules, 2.5 MLD each, and then a gross 10 megawatt of electricity will be generated. And we're also trying to look at how to power hydrogen generation. This contract has been signed and the work is in full progress currently. The process part has been nearly finalized. Now, recently, Dr. Ravichandran modified our objective it was a small vertical. We had just the demonstration and a field tests of small pipelines. It has now been made into a full-fledged demonstration of a small-scale offshore plant. This will generate about 165 kilowatts of gross closed-cycle OTEC power, the 1 lakh liter per day desalination plant powered by open-cycle OTEC. Now, this will be actually on a spar platform, and it will be in deep waters. We are planning to do it again in the islands. And this will give an enormous impact to the shipyards and shipbuilding, because we'll be actually making the first spar in the country. We are also working on hydrogen generation by OTEC. So the idea is to see how you can make it more commercially viable. Today, OTEC is being seen as being revived across the world. And if the OTEC power is used to power hydrogen generation, this promises to be possibly, more towards a viability. We're also doing some small experiments for salinity gradient. We have deployed a deep ocean observation buoy. First time in deep waters, we have been able to get the temperatures, which is useful for the design of the OTEC process. And we have got current profiles and temperature profiles all the way up to 1,000-meter water depth. This is just some. The international efforts, there's an interesting work that we have taken up. The United States Trade Development Agency is actually funding the design of a baseload electricity for using OTEC for Andaman. It is being done by an American company along with an Indian company. But the interesting part is that though no money will be given to NIOT, we are called the sponsors. The work is being done for us, and the IPR will rest with us. So that contract has been signed and the design has already commenced. We have just become members of the international standards for marine energy. We are now a full P member, and we have decided to take up some tasks. We are already involved in the draft standard formulation for the OTEC power assessment as one of the second standards for OTEC that is being generated. Shell paid us to do a design, and they were very happy with our design. We have given the complete design for 1 megawatt net OTEC plant on a spar, and we also give them a screening tool. So they are also trying to get into marine renewables right now. So they are seeing, the only thing is we are hoping that we'll be able to do it in India first, otherwise it will be taken to the Gulf of Mexico. Then, though the wave-powered navigational buoy is a small device, it has been transferred to industry, and like I said, many of the ports are getting interested in it, because then we have done away with the solar panels, the vandalism can be reduced. Again, small things like the saline water lantern, about 6 to 7 industries have taken up the technology. This will prove to be really useful in remote locations. The top one is what NIOT developed, but as you can see at the bottom, 3 companies have made slightly different versions of the same thing. They have sent them to NIOT for our vetting, and then so that they can take it to the market. So this is well on its way to getting completely commercialized. The bottom right one was actually distributed in Andhra to 150 people as a test case. So this is going quite well with the transfer of technology. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Thank you, ma'am. It was good to know the latest updates in the field of OTEC and hydro turbine kinetic turbines. Next, we have Dr. Fani Kumar, Group Head Ocean Structures and Island Desalination.
Good morning to everyone, sir. I'll be talking about the contributions towards the blue economy from the group side and then NIOT side. One of the aspects that we work on is on providing water to the islands. Actually, 1 out of 56 persons in the developing countries lack access to clean drinking water. This is from a report by WHO. And NIOT has developed a low temperature thermal desalination plant technique actually based on the research that is carried out in-house and installed one plant in Kavarati, as we all know. And the plant has been working very well and serving the island community. NIOT has gone ahead and installed 2 more plants in Agati and Minicoy Islands in 2011. In the second phase, NIOT was handed over the responsibility of establishing 6 more plants in the islands. And as of now, 4 islands, the work is completed, and 4 more plants are serving the island community. With this, around 50,000 of total 65,000 of the UT Lakshadweep population is being served by the NIOT water or LTTD technology, as the locals say. And under the leadership of our director, we were able to inaugurate the 3 plants, 2 by Honorable President and 1 by Honorable Prime Minister, in Amini and Kalpeni by President, and Kadamat by Prime Minister. Chetlet has started functioning in June of this month, and Hilton Island is about to be completed. I'll be presenting some details about the work that is done for this project. Based on the work that we have done, we have standardized all the components of the LTTD plant, and most of the areas where there were some nagging issues, we were able to rectify. Now the island community themselves maintain all the plants. Entire work is being done by them. They call us only for the technical difficulties where they are unable to handle, and day by day that dependence is also reducing. And we can say proudly that we have truly transferred the technology not only to the industry, actually to the common people, because they are able to maintain it. And these are the details of the LTTD plants that are being set up in the 6 islands. The first 3 plants were 1 lakh liters per day, sir, in Kavarati, Agati, and Minicoy. And in the second phase, the capacity of the plant is 1.5 lakh liters per day. 1.5 lakh liters per day, sir. Sir, actually, it is covering the drinking water needs of the island, and it is taking care of it. Recently, there was a proposal for 5 more plants so that it can cater to the LPCD, minimum LPCD needed for the population. That is being handled. What NIOT has replied to island administration is that we will support the entire project technically by giving all the technical details and design, and also advice. Execution may be done by them. Right now they are doing EOI so that they are exploring other technologies available.
What you should do is, you said you have already transferred the industry.
Yes, sir.
The industry should come in and pitch in there. Why should they go for exploration?
Sir, one debate that is always occurring in this island is why can't we install RO, reverse osmosis? And island has already tried that, and they were unable to maintain it. And we, being an interested party, we cannot try to convince them that this technology is the best. So they are going.
See, on one side you say they have installed it, they have failed it, they are not able to maintain it.
That is
then
right.
What is there to convince? Unless there is some vested interest, I don't know whether that's causing. It's also possible, of course.
So
you should make industry independent of an IoT.
That is right. right now, the second phase, it is being done completely by the industry. We have just given them the design and execution is happening on a turnkey basis. And these are the working parameters of 3 plants that are installed. All the plants are working as per the expected design set. And on the design aspects, what we have done really is we have standardized the entire design. For the cold water pipe, what we have realized is we have to handle the design in 2 sections. The section where the pipe takes off and goes to the deep sea, that is handled in a different way. And the section where pipe is following the terrain until 20 to 25 meter water depth. So in this section, we weigh down the pipe heavily so that movement is arrested. And once it takes off, it is not allowed to touch anywhere. So based on this, what we have found is the Kavarati plant that is installed, it has witnessed some need for intervention in 2007 as soon as we installed. After around 12 years of operation, the need arose again in 2020, we rectified, and the plant is still working. And Agati and Minkoi designs are working pretty well. So even the design aspects of these plants are taken care of, sir. This is the bottom stability analysis for the pipe, and this is the rectification work that we did in Kavarati. And all the plant parameters are optimized based on our experience, and we were able to handle some of the nagging issues in all these plants with our performance studies. And even on the construction side, we had some difficulties while constructing Agati plant. So we translated those difficulties into things that we have to do, take care of in the design so that the execution is smooth. So we have done that. And these are the images of Honorable President and Prime Minister inaugurating the plants. And 2 more plants are in progress. And hopefully Kiltan Island will be producing water very shortly. If not within a week, we are expecting within 15 days. Then based on one request that came to MOES and the intervention of our Goel Saab, we took up the work of developing an air water generator in-house. And what we have done is we modified an AC which can generate 4 liters per hour with little modification. So we have developed a air water generator which can convert the humidity available in the air into drinking water. We have transferred this technology to one Sun Technology, and they are in the process of setting up the industry so that they can sell it they can commercialize it. We have developed 3 versions, of which 2 are transferred. We are in the process of developing one more component which can serve the low-class income community by generating 2 liters or 1 liter of water every hour, so that they can handle. This is one more project where we helped Director General of Lighthouses and Lightships. This is a lighthouse tower that is installed 100 kilometers east of Andaman. That means between India border and probably Malaysian border on the other side, Malaysia or So this is 100 kilometers east. For strategic purposes, India had to install a lighthouse tower on a sandbank that is exposed only during the low tide. And NIOT contribution in this project is project monitoring and also design vetting of the entire work. The work is completed. The structure is completed during somewhere in January of this year. And right now there were some little issues with the lighthouse structure, and we are trying to handle it. Sir, this is the presentation, sir. Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Thank you.
How can you participate in this tender coming from MNRE for a very large amount of power for offshore thing? Is there a way, can we think of being part of the system? Because then only our recognition come when IDU has done something great.
We are trying, sir.
No, even talk to MNRE, what is problem? See how we can help in terms of structure, in terms. See, you are not going to make a wind. That is something already available. It's the only question is installing the ocean. So what we can do?
Sir, actually, maybe Dr. Ramanamurthy can say better actually, but first NIWE came to us, and with Dr. Purnima also, we gave a joint proposal for not only for foundation this thing, even a floating this thing also, wave power also we just gave.
Floating for LIDAR.
Huh?
For LIDAR.
LIDAR, okay, but afterwards
Actually,
they don't.
The cabinet note, if I can add, the cabinet note came to me for review. There was no mention of the structure in the entire 100-page document. And I have written to them that this is seriously ignored. That is the main part of an offshore wind platform.
What they will look for it.
They want to just give it to a foreign
Tender.
company. That is true.
Foreign
But
company will
it's
come.
not, it's not even mentioned, sir.
See, whosoever, let's say, quotes, he will include that, no? So the question is, are we ready? Is there any other industry in India, maybe including Suzlon, etc.,
Yes.
operating in India? We join hands with that.
Sir, actually, Suzlon
Sir,
came to us, and they are trying to sign an MOU with us. Actually, that CEO came and met me also. Suzlon is interested.
Do that, because then at least there is some component, Indian components.
Suzlon
and
actually
some
is,
recognition to an IoT.
So actually involving us, sir. Suzlon is actually involving us, and we are helping them in some of the activities of Suzlon. Yes, sir.
What
We
is the
are doing
status
that.
of the MOU they were signed? They were wanting actually.
Sir, it is in the ministry, sir. They are processing it. We'll complete it.
They will leave us. Ministry is not going for the present.
That's what I'm telling. The ministry is here. You can just contact.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Commander Gopakumar to present the work done in deep sea mining.
So we'll give a brief overview of the work we did, particularly during the tenure of the current director. He was also a group head for a long time. So this is about a decade plus interaction on this technology development. To give a canvas of what we have and where we are, we have the EEZ. A lot of resources have been discovered by GSI within our EEZ, principally of the Andaman Islands and the Lakshadweep Islands. There's still to be a lot more exploration still to be done for assessment of distribution and abundance. We have the traditional areas in the Indian Ocean, the PMN area and the PMS area under exploration. And these are two of the recent applications that MOES has done for rights from the ISA. This is where we started in a very humble way. Professor Ravindran had steered this a long time back. This was where we started with a germ of an idea, and which was matured in 2010 by demonstrating 5 meters of depth of the Malwan coast, where we demonstrated a collection of artificial nodules and pumping it to the surface. Now, after that came this ambitious idea to actually escalate it to 6,000 meters for collecting nodules from deep waters. So while our initial impetus and idea was to have a configuration something like this, where we had the ship on the surface, cable system with a hose and a mining machine on the seabed. And this was to be escalated to 600 meters. And that is where the challenges came in, because what you do at shallow waters to deep waters, there are a lot of differences. The principal differences which came was that at higher pressure require a much heavier and a larger pump. The mining machines becomes heavier, and where we could do with flexible systems became a challenge subsequently. And even for escalation to greater amounts of collection, the original plan was to have multiple machines on the seabed connected to a single semi-submersible or a platform at sea in open sea conditions. With this, when we encountered the lock to break open to go to deep waters, we did go for a consultancy, which finally made us realize that we have to split the systems into two: the mining machine on the seabed and the pumping system midway, with some sort of a system where at that point we had gone for the flexible riser. And this is how the discretization of the whole systems was, where we said we will have a mining machine on the seabed with all the connected equipment and a high pressure pump system, finally pumping the slurry to the ship. So we thus concentrated on developing, which we called as stage 1, the mining machine on the seabed with the collection system and initial pumping. And stage 2 was the pumping, high pressure pumping service associated and auxiliary systems. And eventually culminating into an integrated system where we had the whole range of equipment integrated to a one single working model. Towards this, we first concentrated on the seabed mining machine, where we were successful in demonstrating at depths of 5,270 meters, where we operated our machine extensively and were able to extract it successfully with all the systems working. This essentially proved that our electronic system, our controls, navigation, etc., were all proven and successful, which gave us the encouragement to escalate it further, which was to actually demonstrate nodule collection, crushing, and slurry pumping at the nodule site. So towards this, while we had a system with us, we had to do extensive re-engineering of it to make it compatible to the systems that we had, the cables, the winches, the A-frames that we had, and also demonstrate from a platform which is smaller for these sort of applications. So a lot of extensive re-engineering was done, and this is what we are going to use at the nodule sites. But since this is in the open ocean conditions under the contract of the ISA, interventions are not so easily possible. So there are a lot of needs for environmental impact assessment and approval from the ISA. Towards this, we had actually put moorings on the seabed in those depths of 5,200 meters in 2021 for baseline data collection. And I'm happy to say that we recently retrieved it back in June 2024, despite the extensive unfavorable conditions and 5 to 6 meters of waves. Our team, along with NIO Goa, were able to extract it. And the interesting part is we could not put a boat into the water. So all this was done. There was a huge amount of instrumentation on these moorings that they could do it with with grabs used from the ship directly. We also had a AUV survey of the seabed done in 2022 for close seabed photography and a pre-disturbance survey. So with this environment data, our next plan is to go for the trials in the coming year. Along with this, stage 2 development also has been going in tandem, where we had purchased a heavy-duty land-based slurry pump. It was actually a cement pump converted for slurry transport, and this is being adapted for subsea application. And while the trials are going on presently on land, we'll be doing these trials in September. Now, most of these slurry transport studies, slurry transport technology will be very helpful for transitioning to vertical transport systems by even rigid riser systems also, and even by distributed pumping also. So, and in shallow waters, this also will become a very valuable asset in the future. Towards integration, and as Dr. P.S. Goel had brought out, that finally what technology we make has to be used by the industry or should be translated into a workable system. Towards this, we're going for a front-end engineering design study also with industry, where we intend making a working model which would be scalable whenever the industry comes in, as the exploitation code by the ISA becomes a reality. So we are also looking at, while we are developing this technology, which presently is in this sort of configuration, we are also open to studying other configurations as our contemporaries are doing across the world. And the last successful model was something similar to this, but without the pump, where they use airlift system for demonstrating the slurry transport. There's a lot of interesting work also happening with the Ministry of Mines presently, where GSI has discovered, like I rightly said, cobalt crust and cobalt nodules. It's a coexisting nodules with cobalt crust, but the terrain is very different. It's a very rugged terrain, and what nodules has been discovered, we don't have a clear idea of the distribution and the abundance and the quality either. But the interesting part is some of those nodules are in the sediment ooze, which are there. The thickness is yet to be established because that was not the focus of GSA when they discovered these resources. But principally, it's a lot of crust, boulders, and inclines with interspeed nodule deposits. And this interesting, these nodules are very unlike the nodules of the abyssal plains, where these sizes are from 8 to 10 centimeters in diameter. And towards this, we are what mining machine we have engineered is used for soft soil applications, whereas this is all hard rock and boulders. So we have gone for the typical caterpillar type system, where we have replaced our involute grousers and our pin type grousers to flat grousers, hard based. We are also making the system heavy. And since our collection system cannot penetrate these sort of shallow ooze, we are also adapting these systems for collection of the nodules, which if successful also will be a good innovation for the abyssal plain nodule collection. In fact, one of the contractors with ISA, Lockheed Minerals from Norway, is also addressing the nodule collection through these mechanisms because it's a very power efficient and has more nodule collection efficiency. One of the other aspects where, while we are not working in India, but it is something that is happening across the world, particularly in Europe, and the courtesy that I've quoted of this is SMD UK, where a lot of mines, which are inland mines, which hits the water table and they have flooded mines, they are also trying to adapt this technology for mining on land, where you have the same sort of crawlers with the collection system, and the pipelines are laid on the lake in a much more placid waters, and these are being used to salvage resources which otherwise would have been unminable. With this, I close. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for updating us with the recent work done in deep sea mining. Now I request Dr. S. Ramesh, Group Head Submersibles and Gas Hydrates, to give his presentation.
Very good morning to all. I'll be talking about this design and development of manned submersible and underwater robotics is a deep ocean mission component 1 in the deep sea technology group. And as initially Secretary suggested, there is a blue economy, and then the Dr. Ramdas too can be there. Here actually the first slide will be about the resources, and then the development taken place under the leadership of Dr. Ramdas will be presented, which is the real technology right now in the anvil. And here, as Dr. Gopakumar has explained, there are resources in the Indian oceans where we are exploring the occurrences of the resources and also making the technology for mining. And the resources are exploration for the resources. We need a manned and unmanned vehicle. And in these maps, almost all these areas has been touched upon by the group by different type of resource exploration. Gas hydrates are in Andaman Sea for coral reefs, are in the Central Indian Ocean manganese nodule, hydrothermal sulfides. All these areas we could able to cover by the different technology which is demonstrated by us, and then also reach the southern pole with the Antarctic. So these areas are covered by developing different technology and proving our capability and raising our flag. And in this ground to map the 2 more resources, recently the application has been submitted for Carlsberg Ridge and Cobalt Crust, and the Carlsberg Ridge will be coming into the deliberation during the coming meeting. So we will be having 1 more exploration area to be covered in the coming years. Coming to the manned submersible, which is a small mobile undersea research vessel capable of functioning up to 6,000 meter deep under the Deep Ocean Mission Component 1, which will be highly useful for the deep sea ecology studies and also the resource explorations, and also shipwrecks and any engineering interventions also using this vehicle. It's a very ambitious program and which will give the capacity building in the country, and also a lot of infrastructure will be developed during the process of this development. Primary advantage is that it permits the trained mind and eye to work in greater depths up to 6,000 meter deep. So basically it is a 6,000 meter vehicle, which is of 2.1 meter diameter titanium alloy grade 23 we are going. So with one pilot and 2 crews. And here we have 3 viewports, one primary and 2 secondary. So the primary viewport will be around 150 to 155 centimeter in diameter. And then we have 2 secondary viewport. So it can have the endurance of 12 hours with the emergency support of 96 hours. So approximately it will be weighing around 26 tons right now with all the mass budgets worked out. And we have now arrived all the dimensions and everything is in place. It will be certified by the DNVGL. We had signed the contract with the DNVGL when our former director Atman sir was there. So this program is Samudrayan with the Matsya 6000. All these components are now completely identified over the period of last 3 years, and there is no any black box in these subsystems. And in these systems, we have, suppose from the aft, if you are coming, this propulsion system, already 6,000 meter components are ordered and realized. And we have the electrical and electronic enclosures with the electronics, which is available. And ballast management system, it's a main ballast, which will take water and then sink down. And then when we release the weight, by the weight drop mechanism, it will float in the surface. And we have batteries, which is this is the first vehicle for the 6,000 meter deep submersible, which will carry the lithium polymer battery, pressure balanced one. It is realized, already it is available at NIOT. And then we have personal sphere, which is made of 2 systems are there. One is steel sphere, which is made, and then the titanium sphere is being made with this rope. And then there are communication and navigation systems which are already realized, including the underwater telephone for 500 meters. 6,000 meters is factory acceptance is completed, and we will be getting the telephones also. About the sampling tools, the manipulators are being placed, and then the payloads are getting realized. So by basically the vehicle subcomponent level, complete mass budget and power budgets are completed to realize the components. And there's just a few slides I will show about the glimpse of some of the systems which are major systems which needs to be worked out. So we have realized the first steel frame, and in parallel we are working on the titanium frame. This has been already load tested up to 62 tons, 2.2 tons as per the DNV. If it is ready, and then now it is going for the integration. And we are also having the titanium frame already placed with the team in Chennai. This is the first company in India. It is a DNV approved, DNV Marine approved agency where we can make for the fabrication of titanium because of our program. Now the titanium fabrication is going on. By next month, middle or end of the July, we will be ready with this frame, and then it has to be load tested and completions to be done by the August. And also we have a spherical hull, as I said, 2 parts. One is this 500 meter spherical hull, which is developed from using an Indian, our Chennai-based company, which is a 2.1 meter internal diameter. It is tested and qualified, certified by DNV for a 500 meter operation for mandated. So this vehicle, this spherical hull has given a lot of understanding about the internal dynamics, how to populate the components. Now already this spherical hull has been used and the electronics are interfaced and life support systems are interfaced for further testing. And this is the deep water personal sphere, which is under development with the ISRO, VSSC. So where we have this titanium alloy spherical hull, where the materials are developed with the at Midani. Already the 4 materials are processed for the 2 articles. And also the forgings are done at Hazira. And then machinings has been ordered now. The design is almost approved. Finally, the viewport design also last week we ironed out to finalize. So we are expecting the first delivery of the first article by the December 2024. There may be a 1 month here and there, page will be there. Then it will be taken to the KSRC Russia. There is an MOU in place. So this has given, we have augmented the LPSC facility, which was having 30 mm welding of electron beam welding, titanium. Now it is augmented for 100 mm possibilities in the country. And with the limitations, we are realizing with the ring configuration, there will be a 3 rings with the top and bottom with the hatch and then the dish-like at the bottom. These are new configurations which will be tested in the hyperbaric chambers and then it will be used. And there is no any, all the clearance from the DNV we had applied. We got the welding clearance also from LPSC, for the LPSC from DNV. And this is the internal electronics assembly which has been already completed in the personal sphere. And all these electrical and electronic components are undergone very extensive testing. by different methodology of the DNV as well as IEC rules, and including the vibration test. What you are seeing is this center part is the control cockpit, and this is the assembly, and then the bottom one is this actually backside of the seats. We will be getting 62 cylinders of oxygen, and then the oxygen injection system. So everything assembly is completed inside the personal sphere. So only 3 people can sit. There is no any much space available there for the orbit. And this is the harbor where we are planning for our harbor trial. Initially at the Kattupalli. So already the integration is getting started into the main frame, and it is 25 kilometers away. Now there are a lot of documentation work is in progress for this vehicle integration, and extensive reviews mechanisms are there for this project. Just to glimpse as a design and realization of this vehicle, we had undergone extensive review mechanism by the different committees, which is starting from the BMGC, headed by our former secretary. And then there are system concept review, there are subcommittees, and then system integration review. Then there are some further subcommittees like vehicle arrangements and the navigation and operational and safety. And further, it was advised when we are clearing about the integration part, then it was advised to have the deployment authorization board and subsystem certification committee. So there were so many multiple committee apart from monthly monitoring by the technical evaluation committee. Apart from this, we have our own project advisory council chaired by our secretary MOS. And this has been followed by system engineering approach, the IEC and the human safety and the DNCV rules. So, and also we have a knowledge of the unmanned vehicle. So with this, the group has been crushed to make a lot of documentation and then presentation and make the components safety important as a priority. And then the vehicle is getting realized. And apart from that, we have this group has demonstrated the capability for the unmanned vehicle for 6,000 meter ROSUP 6,000. Which is used for the deep sea mineral exploration. And we also have the polar remotely operated vehicle demonstrated, and then the deep sea drill, which has drilled almost 100 meters below the sea floor and demonstrated up to 2,900 meter water depth. And recently we acquired the autonomous underwater vehicle for 6,000 meters from Kongsberg, which is also paving way for the many mineral explorations. And these are all some of the pictures which has taken recently from the AUV. So the top left is the nodule field from our Central Indian Ocean, where it is a pre-mining requisite for the high resolution mapping and then mining to undergo. And there are a lot of biodiversity, new discoveries are happening. Then the studies are going on with the NIO collaboration. And this is the gas hydrates, which is occurring on top of the seafloor from KG Basin at 1,790 meter water depth. And this is the N32 objects which we could able to discover using at 3,400 meter depth, well appreciated by Indian Air Force. And also that we had transferred the technology of ROV to the industry, which we are talking. And the BEL, this right side photo is the actually ditto of our vehicle developed by BEL Bangalore. And already they demonstrated this vehicle at their lake in Shivaji Lake. And now they are in touch with the Indian Navy for multiple vehicle development as an ROV technology. It is transferred to the industry through NRDC. With this, I will conclude my talk with the future direction for this group, which is already on hand. Where first is the demonstration of our Matsya 6000. This is a big program which is already on wheel, which can lead into our underwater domain, into the underwater tourism, where people can go around with some type of vehicle or with the structures. Because we are now very clear about how to design a life support system and how to manage that oxygen and CO2 supplies and all. Then the swarm robotics with innovative charging platforms and data transfer is the upcoming areas where we wanted to concentrate further on it. And then we will be going into the aspects once we are clear with our resources available to demonstrate the Matsya. Then the high endurance autonomous underwater vehicle, actually the design for this high endurance vehicle is given by Indian Navy, and then we could able to wait. So all our group members are gone through this technology. Actually, in fact, Indian Navy wanted us to make it. We said that right now we are keeping it the back burner for this one, and design being vetted by us. And there are some hybrid vehicles where maybe it can be a smaller vehicle or bigger vehicle. It can be a surface vehicle come underwater. So we can work on it. And also the major area where we have to concentrate is the product level indigenization with industry and academia. These are all the insights which we would like to bring in over the period of time. This group has demonstrated our capability. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us a walkthrough of manned submersible development and other submersibles. Now I invite Dr. G. Lata, Group Head Ocean Acoustics, to present the activities of Ocean Acoustics Group.
Good morning, everybody. Before I move on to the presentation, I would just like to mention that the Ocean Acoustics Group was formed from Marine Instrumentation Group, in which Dr. Ramdas was part of it. That is pre-2007. This group was formed in 2007. And Marine Instrumentation prior was made it to Marine Sensors and Ocean Acoustics. We both were having NRB projects in 2003, and our association has been very strong. He has been, since then, has been very actively associated with our group. And in Professor Ravindran's time, these NRB projects were taken, and the Marine Instrumentation group was fully functioning. After that, though Dr. Ramdas went to other group, he has been guiding us in all our activities, and especially in the acoustic test facility also, which I will cover. Thank you very much, sir, for all your help and guidance. Yeah, so now I will present the activities that have been carried out under his directorship since December 2020. Basically, in the Ocean Acoustics Group, we have been focusing on passive acoustic monitoring systems development and deployment and operationalizing in deep waters and polar regions, mainly for acoustical oceanographic applications, strategic applications, and also in marine bioacoustics, and also in the polar regions, mainly towards climate change studies from long-term measurements. In the development of deep water system, we have indigenized the system, and we have deployed these systems with the support of Ocean Observation Systems Group, and these are incorporated with the omnibuoy moorings in deep waters of Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea. And we have made continuous measurements for more than a year in these locations. And in the polar region, since 2015, we have enhanced the passive acoustic monitoring system for polar conditions, and we have deployed these systems as part of Indian Arctic mooring, along with NCPOR and OOS team. And we have got continuous measurements for the last 7-8 years. During COVID, these systems could not be maintained, but after COVID in 2020-23, again our team went and deployed the system, and the data is continuously being obtained. And we have analyzed these data sets, and we have characterized these data sets with respect to geophony, anthropony, and biophony. Mainly in the Arctic region, we have been able to study sea ice melting, and also we have captured winter sea ice melting, which we have published in Nature Scientific Reports. And also we were able to characterize increasing noise levels in shipping over the years by correlating them with sea ice concentration. And these results also have been published in high peer-reviewed journals. Yeah, apart from this, the group has also developed a coastal surveillance system using a vector sensor array. Vector sensor array has been indigenously developed, and that has been made as an autonomous system for coastal surveillance applications. This product is not readily available, and it has been totally indigenously developed. And we have successfully deployed these systems in shallow waters of Chennai coast, and we have carried out known source experiments, and we have deployed for more than a month, and we have got different types of ships. That is what these results show. Ultimately, we want this system for coastal surveillance purpose. We will be incorporating real-time transmission of process data from these things, which will enable coastal surveillance activities. And the acoustic test facility that has been in NIOT, this was started in 2004. It was constructed, and Dr. Ramdas was very much part of it in the initial stages in making the calibration parameters and finalizing everything. After that, it has been continuously accredited by NABL. And in 2017, we participated in key comparison test with 7 other countries. That was organized by NPL UK. And we completed the comparison calibration, and the report published by NPL UK confirmed that all the results of NIOT compare very well with all the other countries. So this paved way for us to claim that NIOT ATF should be made as a designated laboratory in underwater acoustics in India. The part of it involves a signing of MOU with CSIR NPL Delhi, because they are the holder of national standard. So if we have to be made as a designated institute in underwater acoustics, then they have to process this to BIPM Paris. So in that sense, they wanted an MOU to be signed with both the directors. Actually, I should thank Dr. Ramdas because the dates we were not getting suitable dates with both the directors. On a Pongal day on January 14 this year, just 2 days time they gave, and he agreed and he went to Delhi. And this photo shows that the directors signed the MOU, and then CSR NPL processed the application, and in 2 weeks' time, BIPM Paris granted us the status of designated institute in underwater acoustics in India. I'm glad to say that in the world there are only 7 countries which are internationally accredited in underwater acoustics. In Asia, there are only 3 countries, China, Korea, and now India has become an underwater acoustics designated lab. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Shri Arun Mutaya, Scientist in Charge, Ocean Observation Group, to present the activities.
Good morning, all. Myself, Arun Mutya, I'm in charge of Ocean Observation Systems Group. S2L, it was called as National Data Buoy Program. This was initiated in 1997 with the objective of maintaining 12 buoy systems. Initially, these buoy systems are imported from Norway. Later, like we started indigenizing one of like all the components, and presently more than 60-70% of the components are indigenized. And the objectives of the program, as per our administrative order, is to maintain moved buoy network, which is comprising of deep ocean coastal buoys as well as tsunami buoys, and this data is being disseminated to INCOIS in real time. And we are also supporting Rama Buoy program, which is a joint MOU between MOUS as well as NOAA USA. And also we have a mandate of developing ocean observation tool as well as R&D projects in collaboration with national and international institutions. So this is the network. Like we have around 12 deep ocean buoy systems, 3 coastal buoy systems, 4 tsunami, as well as 1 Kalwal buoy system. We are also maintaining an Arctic mooring jointly with NCPR, our ocean acoustics team, and we also support 25 Rama moorings. And below graph shows like we have tried to consolidate the major progress during our Dr. Ramdas sir period. So we have given a graph from December 2022 till date June 2024. And these are the cruise tracks which are undertaken, like major cruise tracks undertaken during this period since December 2020. And more than 14 cruises, and we have undertaken around 10 field operations. And these are the number of deployments and retrievals. And major achievement.
What is needed? Are you meeting the need? I'm not getting that. You have so many.
Yeah.
But what do they need?
Sir, actually, the mandate is to maintain around 20 buoy systems, and this is being maintained periodically. And we undertake like regular cruises to maintain this buoy system. This data is disseminated to.
IMD needs certain thing, or INCOIS needs. Are we able to meet the requirement?
Yes, sir.
Arul, actually, if you clearly tell how many Omni buoys are required? 12 buoys?
12, sir.
Yeah. And how many tsunami buoys are required?
4, sir.
4, 16.
Yes, sir.
And 1 Kalwal buoy?
1 Kalwal, 3 coastal buoys.
3 coastal buoys. These are the requirements, and all are met actually. This 12 buoy data goes to actually IMD, and tsunami early warning system data is actually mainly for INCOIS, and then Kalwal is for ISRO, and 3 coastal buoys are for
Maybe Ramanmurthy knows better, but whenever I get a briefing, if I go to INCOIS, they will say they are not getting data. If I talk to MD, they will. Some gap.
No, actually, when we are now touch with INCOIS, sir, our data buoy, there is no gap in this thing data now. Only tsunami buoys, there were some gaps because of some disruption in that one. But otherwise, this data is continuously monitored by INCOIS. Actually, after Dr. Srinivas has taken over also, he is playing a major role in this one. They have taken our even drifter buoys and they have commercialized and they are using. Like that slowly they have, even tsunami buoys, imported buoys are now not being used. NIOT buoys are only used actually. And to their credit, they acknowledge also our contribution to observation systems.
So I may add in this one point, the request from NIOT to ISRO to get satellites with for our region from ISRO I understand it's still not, but I mean, this was put up during, and I was the director, and now it's, I mean, it's more than 5-6 years now. Still, it is not done, and we still they depend on foreign satellites.
Wait, can you get actually what you got?
Sir, that I have given you about 5 years back, and I am completely following up also. After which I think I don't know.
Space.
Sir,
You are redirected to InSpace, no? To contact actually, but for the satellite telemetry.
yes, sir. NSIL, sir.
Huh?
NSIL, National Space India Limited. We had a meeting and we requested for dedicated beams for ocean. So they are supposed to launch a satellite GSAT N3 in December 2025. So we are in discussion with the team to find some opportunity to utilize that. GSAT N3, sir. So N3, sir, 2025 December they are.
Can just get me a paper. I'll just write to Dr. Samnath.
Continuing, we have published a lot of journal papers as well as conference proceedings with this biodata, and 3 patents, Indian patents, were granted for our indigenous developments, and we have also filed a patent for indigenous development, and we've successfully made to TOT, as well as 1 book was released on this program, which was by Prem Kumar sir, is a founder program director during our Silver Jubilee celebrations. And this is about Ramabai network. This we have extended the MOU for another 5 more years till 2026. This was signed by our director as well as Rama PML team. And we have also opened a joint data portal, which is sharing the Ramabai as well as Omnibai data, which is outside EZ, sir. So this is available to public. And we have also developed a DART, this is a oceanographic tool for naval application, and it was handed over to the Navy community, which will be using this for sound speed profile and sonic layer depth using our BOY data. So more than 50 lakh data points are utilized to produce this tool, and our team successfully handed over this to Navy team. And our director unveiled a tsunami test facility. In this facility, we can test our BPR pressure sensor before deploying or interfacing with the BOY system. This is being opened and it is under use for testing the pressure sensor, parascientific pressure sensor. And we are also part of this ACAMSAT. It is a multi-institutional study which is jointly with US and other MOS institutions. And recently we undertook 2 cruises on board US vessel. The vessel is called as Ocean Research Vessel Thompson. And our team was part of this cruise, and we collected data in Arabian Sea as well as Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal during this 2 legs. And we successfully implemented iridium telemetry. Sir, earlier Inmarsat was consuming a lot of power as well as the latency was high. So we have presently we have implemented this in our tsunami as well as data voice systems. And considering the vandalism as well as other challenges of the surface buoy systems, the OS team is presently developing a prototype submerged tsunami system. This system will be positioned at around 300-meter depth. And in case of any tsunami mode, this surface buoy, the buoy at the 300-meter depth will pop up and transmit data, and then it will go back to the 300-meter depth again. So we are also maintaining a ARG as well as AWS at NIOT and one at Nellore campus, and this data is being disseminated to IMD through their website. And we also supporting NCPR for their Himalayan station for real-time data collection from Himalayan AWS. And we are also, these are the international collaborations we are undertaking with the Woodsole institutions like UMass USA, and we are also developing earlier slides presented about that. And we are supporting NPOL for that Varunamala project and Kalwal for ISRO project, and a lot of other inter-institutional projects are undertaken, sir. And we have also deployed a buoy system that is jointly with the Ocean Acoustic team as well as for NTRO this one. Recently, we collected 1 month data of Chennai. And part of the indigenous development, we have developed a load cell for our mooring application, indigenous developed. And we have also developed the induction cable, sir, which is used in our Omnibuoy system. Till 500 meters, we collect the real-time data through the mooring line itself. This was imported earlier. Presently, it is indigenized and working in 2 locations successfully for a period of 1 year. And other regular activities by our show station team is are listed here. So it is continuously provided during all the crew supports as well as regular cyclone period, etc. And we prepare reports for each cyclone. And these are the cyclones which were captured by our voice system during this period. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you.
One
Thank you,
thought
sir.
comes to my mind is, see, Inquire's name is Ocean Services. But actually it's not ocean services, ocean-based services, ocean database. Someone gives ocean data, then they provide services, correct or not? So you have a gap. Actually, what you are doing is you are doing ocean data services. Should NIOT be doing, let's say, for the next 20 years? Should you not bring another operational agency because you are a technology center? You have developed technology. Is it possible for someone to really run these services? Technology is yours, your industry is producing, and someone deploys it. Why should all the time NIOT should be deploying? I mean, the question, I don't need an answer right now, but you address it.
No, actually, Dr. Venkatesan earlier, actually, earlier group head, actually, he established this arrangement there. Now, we have actually agencies which prepare these buoys under the supervision of our OOS team and who deploy and who recover and all. So, our people are actually providing the technology. As a service provider really provides the service.
But which vessel?
We are giving our vessel.
So why should you give? Question is, upgrade. I mean, someone should take over more of these routine services. See, it's true that today no one is there, so you have to do that. But slowly, your effort should be that all routine services should be transferred to the industry.
Sir, presently it is done by industry only, sir. Routine works are done by Norinco.
Actually, we'll discuss later, but one thing is that whether even the vessel we should not provide actually. So actually that will liberate actually Sagar Nidhi for many other purposes actually. That point is well taken.
Just look at it.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, next we have the last presentation of the technical presentation by Dr. B.K. Jena, Group Head Coastal and Environmental Engineering.
Good morning, sir. I'll be presenting about coastal engineering activity, the support for development in blue economy. So our expertise, we are as a multidisciplinary group. We work starting from the feasibility study to of all oceanographic measurements related to coastal area activity. Then we do also the modeling and required for the solar managements and solar chains, sediment transport, and erosion and accretion. For that, we do a lot of engineering and oceanography investigation. Then we do that various requirement for coastal zone regulatory authority needs to that demarcation of CRZ and STL, LTL, etc. So with this, we have covered now more than 300 projects along Indian coast, including Andaman and Nicobar Islands and Lakshadweep Islands. And what we do, basically, we just attack to the problem, what it is coming with the deck study, with the recognition survey. Then we plan for that, our design of the data collection SOP, what we are made standard operating procedure at various parameters. Then we do that analysis, detailed analysis. Then we put in the numerical modeling, and sometimes we go for also the physical modeling with other institutes, collaboration like Anna University, IIT, and Andhra University. Then we do that numerical model, put it in the detailed design, which is required for the intervention for that each site-specific interventions. Then we also do the statutory clearances, what is required for that execution and demonstration project. Then we do also the field execution with that the support of the state governments. Then not only that, we do after that also the post monitoring, how the systems are working in the this. So now presently we are doing the various ministerial projects, which is as a mandate of NIOT given to this group. The development and design criteria based on extreme environmental loading parameter, and it's to evaluate its performance for the that environmental friendly structure which is suitable for that coastal at site-specific things. So for that, we have done for that Goa coast, Odisha coast, and Andhra Pradesh, then Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. Hard to just cater, we are also doing some of the that atlas. Now our first version of Wave Atlas has been published, and now we are planning for the second generation of Wave Atlas in our 100 days program. And we are also maintaining that coastal observatory network, which is we are planning like fixed platform near to that coast. Then we are also maintaining a lot of that data collection program for this HF radar. Then we are doing a lot of survey on Indian that explosive zone for shallow water bathymetry survey east and west coast of India. Then this coming to in details, this our second version Web Atlas, we input almost 26 years of data and calibrated and validated with the sensitive analysis starting from that that Antarctica till up to this our coast. And with this, we are now ready for that analysis, including the islands also. The Lakshadweep and Andaman Islands has been input in the second version. With this, we are now bringing out the various return period of waves, which is required for the design of coastal platforms. So this is that one observatory we are planning for this at around 10 meter water depths. It is a pixel platform which can cater all the oceanographic parameter which is required for that coast, and a long-term observatory and data directly coming to the NIOT. And so as I told, we are doing that some solar and evaluation plan. Under that, we are done a lot of long-term analysis using satellite imagery. Then we do that site-specific measurements on various parameters. Then we do the numerical model and bringing out that which is the solution is required for various coasts. If you click this data, if end product will be, we can bring out if a clicking point of the mouse, we can get all the parameters in one go. So coming to this inland coastal inlet restoration program, this is our the mandate of NIOT program. Now based on this, we had various workshops in the Tamil Nadu, Odisha and the Kerala. Based on that, a lot of state government has come forward to sponsor this project. And at present, we are doing at 3 sites. One is Kerala and one is Tamil Nadu, 2 in Tamil Nadu. And one more study, we are doing that biofouling free seawater intake. That for this lab setup has been done, and we succeeded the lab study. Now we are doing with the demonstration work at our pond and for the large scale implementation of the project. And as I told, we are operating this high frequency radar along the Indian coast. Now presently 5 pairs are working, and now based on this is a even though it was installed for the tsunami warning system, but now we have now fine-tuned towards various other applications like oceanography studies, circulation, beach closure, water quality, fisheries, then climate research, and all disaster management. Now the cyclone time, we can get the wave parameters, the wave height, wave period, wave direction. You might have seen one example I have put on the recent Macha cyclone for Machilipatnam and Puri and Tamil Nadu sites. And not only that, now we have come up with one vessel tracking modules. These systems are now capable of track the vessels which is passing by this coverage area. We can detect exactly that bearing, heading, and speed of the vessel. So the track in the right hand side what is shown. Then coming
system, this data. By the time tsunami has come, then only you will know it. No, it won't give it a warning time. You can say tsunami monitoring, I agree. Not warning. Is correct or not? It's monitoring, not warning.
So as under the shallow water bathymetry survey,
but
we have completed.
Dr. Jana, what is the range of this one?
Pardon me, sir?
What is the range of your?
Sir, 200 kilometers from the coast, sir. Yeah.
200 kilometers from the coast. So if tsunami comes 200 kilometers ahead, actually it can find actually.
Sir, actually what happened when tsunami triggers, the first we will come to know through that our BPRs.
No, we know all those things. What I say is when it can spot off 200 kilometers, and then the shallow waters, 200 kilometers means it will take at least 45 minutes to cover.
Don't get
No, sir. No,
see,
sir.
speed of near coast is almost the speed of a truck.
Yes.
Sir, for Tamil Nadu coast,
Actually, for 200 kilometers, it will take at least 45 minutes to 1 hour. So now it will so last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes. It takes around 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Last, what I mean to say is last, when it's close to when it comes to program speed also will reduce. So yeah, reduce.
No, but it's not that much because Sumatra is still 2.5 hours. It may be not even half an hour. You won't get that much.
45 minutes max.
You won't get.
But basically it is for the monitoring and some alert can be given on the what is intensity which is required. Yeah.
Actually, it can be more for verification because you have already got the seismology data. It give only confirmation. So not for warning.
It's more for storm surges.
Yeah, that's correct. Storm surge is correct.
yes, sir, this is to have a confirmation. Yeah. Sir, just to continue, and I think this is my last, for shallow water bathymetry survey, we have completed now almost that 95% of the study, 100% in West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. Now we have some part is left over in Tamil Nadu coast, which we will be doing after this monsoon. So these are some of the case study we have done for restoration of the creek and coast. One is near Coombe River mouth, and similar work done for Adayar mouth and Ennur Creek. And from that eco-retreat side, this is that ecotourism development for Odisha coast. We have done this short-term measure. With that, they could able to get almost 80-meter width beach for more than 2 kilometer length, and they could do all the tourism activity for last 2 years. And now we are planning on them to the long-term study we are carrying out, and we'll be doing the solution for that. Similarly, we are doing done some work for that rehabilitation of the damaged breakwater at Mangalore port in Gujarat fishing harbor. So with this things, I would conclude here that she is directly or indirectly can support this blue economy development in the coastal resilience, coastal zone management, coastal tourism, ecotourism, and coastal protection and marine transport, etc. Thank you, sir.
Your tourism activity, coastal protection activity, is not projected enough. That's my feeling. You are doing such a great job, like Pondicherry you have done. How much publicity is the country has got? No, if you ask anyone in the parliament, how many people know about it? That you have done such a good job. So some here you have to really, what do you call it? Sell yourself. That's important. That's one part. Secondly, because of climate change, what is the additional vulnerability on the Indian coast? You should look at it and try to give a input even before this thing happened. Because the so-called extreme events are increasing. So those extreme events, I'm not talking tsunami, I'm talking the weather. What will be their impact? So if you have some idea, and then you see there's a lot of money available for the central government for this kind of job. Because government is becoming more and more socially responsible. So if we know that, okay, this place is vulnerable, then we will get money for that. So try to look at that.
Yeah, I think similar suggestion also came from our recent RAC. We are looking into that, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, all the data now are going to INCOI's data repository work, like currents that our HF radar. In online, it is also available every hourly basis. And similarly, for bathymetry data, we are putting into that now NCP or a geospatial database server, which can be used by all our. So all database we are giving, and data dissemination done through INCOI's Hyderabad, sir, all the data. Yes, yes.
Is there any publication?
Thank you, sir.
You have made an atlas. There is an atlas was made actually for wave, and for tides also there is an app and all. So it is given actually, you can download the app and people can access it.
Thank you, sir. So With this, we come to the end of technical presentations, which have been very informative and useful. We move on to the panel discussion on blue economy developments. I request Dr. Padmashri Dr. P.S. Goel, former Secretary MOES, to be the panel coordinator. Our distinguished panel members are Dr. Shailesh Nayak, Director NIAS and former Secretary MOES, Dr. Satish Shenoy, former Director INCOIS and NIOT, Dr. M.A. Atmanand, former Director NIOT, Dr. M.V. Ramanamurthy, Director NCCR, Dr. Thamban Meloth, Director NCPOR, Dr. N.V. Chalapati Rao, Director NSES, Dr. G.V.M. Gupta, Director CMLRE, Dr. R. Krishnan, Director IITM, Professor K. Murli, Dean Faculty IIT Madras, Professor S.A.S. Nasiraj, Professor IIT Madras, Dr. S. Balachandran, Head RMC Chennai. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for this session of panel discussion on blue economy developments. Now, we will definitely, some comments have already come regarding the blue economy. Even the Secretary MOE has also given his thought. We'll further look for issues, suggestions in the context of India, what should be done or what could be done. And maybe, if possible, we'll try to, at the end, summarize these issues so that this becomes an input to the Ministry of Sciences, because the blue economy is one segment or one part of the deep ocean mission. So this should go as an input to that. So first, I will invite Dr. Shailesh Nayak. I hope he's on the job, right, on the line. Dr. Shailesh Nayak, please go ahead with your thoughts.
Thank you very much, sir. And it was a real pleasure to hear about the current status of various technologies. And of course, all of this would be quite useful for the development of the blue economy. I have a few suggestions which can be considered for the work which is being done at ISO NIOT. The first, I think the most important thing is the observations, because the blue economy has to ensure that with the development, we at the same time, we also preserve and conserve the marine environment. So the observations are continuous observations are going to be extremely critical. And what we probably need to do is more autonomous sensing systems along with the development of sensors is one which is, in my view, very critical aspects. And we need to have a sensors development for all kinds of measurement, biological, biogeochemical, oceanographic, even the atmospheric measurements. The second, I think, is important as we want further development of the development of a acoustic network for underwater geopositioning and telemetry. So this, I think, is another area which we need to focus on. Third, which is we have been now very actively working on hydrothermal vents and for the extraction of the metals. But this is also an area where the microbes have a very critical role which has to play. And we need a subfloor, seafloor observatories that how these microbes have been working. And I think this is one of the objectives of the deep ocean mission. But most of the time, we are not thinking of setting up observatories at that level. I think we may have to think on that aspect. The other major requirement of the blue economy would be the energy. And I understand NIOT is already working on how to harness energy from the currents. But also we need to continue our efforts on the ocean thermal as well as on the tidal energy. And the thermal can be linked with the desalination as we are doing. And I think we need to scale it up, our freshwater from sea technology, to at least 10 million liters a day for the future requirement of the development along the coast and especially the blue economy. The third thing, which is very important in my view, is developing of a drilling technology on soft rocks. We had some earlier attempts done, but I don't think it is being pursued vigorously. So this is another area which would be very important from the gas hydrate point of view. So this is the third point of view. And fourth is since we are developing many new technologies and all, the development of offshore numerical tank, I think is, in my view, should be on a high priority. So these are the few things which we need to do. And whatever we have done, many of those technology which has been described earlier are at TRL level 3 or 4. How to take them to TRL level 8 or 9 should be very concerted efforts required to take those technology at this level. And I'm sure that it is possible. I'm extremely grateful for giving me this opportunity. I know there are a lot of speakers, so I would like to restrict myself to these few suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nayak. You're very exhaustive, even though you took less time, but still you give a very exhaustive coverage of the issues with respect to the blue economy. Thank you very much. We'll now move to Dr. Chennai. Dr. Chennai, you are there?
Yeah, good morning, sir. Can you hear
Good morning.
me? Can you hear me, sir?
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to make a few remarks in this panel discussion on blue economy. I just want to be very, very brief because we have a long list of panelists. I think I agree that we have to expand our economic activities and try to harness the oceans for the resources as well as fisheries and other aspects. So by saying so, I would list 4 items which has to be taken on priority. One is we are an energy crunch nation, and we have to concentrate more on renewable energies, how to take advantage of the ocean energy and harness that energy, for which we have to develop our technologies. Of course, the last session, there were presentations on the progress of efforts made by NIOT in that direction. But I think that has to be scaled up at a larger scale involving the industries. Second is we have our population is more than 1.4 billion now, which is keep on increasing. So definitely our fishery resources or the food what we are harnessing from the oceans are going to be insufficient, leading to deficiency in animal protein, etc. So I think we have the potential. If I go through some of the numbers, right now our marine capture of fisheries is somewhere about 3.7, 3.8 million metric tons, but we have a potential for up to 5. But even that is not going to solve our problem. We may have to double that, for which we have to develop the technologies like cage culture or maritime culture, etc., to do that. And the fourth is, of course, the services, maritime logistics, navigation, and of course, database services. And the fourth is the tourism potential is great in our country. We have to promote that. But while doing so, we should see that the conflicts are not arising and those conflicts are solved upfront even before we venture into that. I think there is a data gap, large data gap in our country based on the oceans, not only on the data on observations, what Dr. Nayak mentioned, even other aspects, even about the economic aspects. I think we don't have sufficient data to make informed decisions. So it is necessary that we concentrate on building digital data archives with all kinds of data, not only about the ocean information and ocean parameters, even including that with the other environmental and socio-economic data, as well as the economic data as well. Because that kind of a data set only will allow us to make informed decisions and plan the things properly. The other aspects are that while we run for a blue economy, it should not, now of course every country is going for a blue economy and talking big about the blue economy because everybody want to boost their economies. But this should not lead to another problem like what we are now facing, like the climate change and those issues, which is a creation, definitely a creation of the nations or the countries which run after the industrialization to better the life and better the economies of those countries. But you see that what we have ended up. So in that this, I just want to draw attention to the discussions between Dr. Arnold Toynbee, the British historian, and a professor in Japan, Ki Wakasi Zumi. This discussion happened about more than 45 years ago. The discussion was on life, technology, and future of mankind. I think if we go through those discussions, some of those experts I happened to read recently, what they conclude is that the world view, especially the Western world view, which says that the whole Earth is created for the consumption of the mankind. That is what is creating the problem. The mankind is not seeing that we are also part of this environment and we have to deal with that as our part rather than seeing that this is created by God or whoever it is for our consumption and we can do whatever we like. So I think we have to be very careful about developing the blue economy, and we should see that while doing so, the ocean is sustainable, ocean's health is maintained, and we don't harm the oceans. So finally, the question we have to answer is, or the before us is that how we will expand the blue economy through the sustainable utilization of oceans and its resources. So that is what I just want to mention. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be part of this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You are essentially insisting that sustainability should not be forgotten as a part of economic
Yes.
part. So
Yes.
this point
That
is
should
very,
be
very
equally kept high on the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we move to Dr. Atmanand.
Thank you, sir. The group being all from the same background, by the time it reaches to Professor Murli and Professor Sanasraj, I think there will not be any points to say because. So I was so happy to be with Dr. Shailesh Naik on a committee long back for this preparing this blue economy document for the government of India. So I would just say only the very important points which NIOT has to concentrate. I think NIOT has to concentrate on OTEC. I mean, that's what I mean, she knows about that. I always used to tell that the energy that is in this part of the world is maximum is through OTEC. So we should really put a lot of efforts on that. And now I just saw also that an offshore plant also is coming up. I'm very happy about that. Next point is about coastal protection. You see that the land which is there when it goes off, that much of land is going out of the system. And coastal protection in a most sustainable manner, that is the another part which we have to concentrate. And as far as deep sea mining is concerned, even though my whole life I had spent in deep sea mining here, I have a small difference of opinion in this. Of course, I think in some other occasion with Dr. Shailesh Naik also had expressed this. Because always when you talk about blue economy, it is sustainability. Sustainability is the key word in that. Whereas mining, is it really sustainable is a question mark, because that is being used and then it takes millions of years for that to again come back. So is it really true? I mean, that's a matter of debate. But nevertheless, NIOT has to concentrate on that, because I understand that still mining is still considered as part of blue economy. So we should consider. Next thing which I'm just thinking out of the box is that there are a lot of technologies which are developed here, like for example, Mansub and many other things. So tourism is another area which is connected with blue economy. So tourism, like for example, this man submersible, it can go up to 6,000 meters. We say we are all experts up to 6,000 meters. Hardly a few 100 meters, if you put it for tourism purpose, that would be really a good sort of offshoot for this for NIOT. Next, another point which I want to just indicate because of my new hat, thanks to the IIT Madras, I am now interacting with so many students. See, there is enough potential. A lot of students are there who are trained in ocean technology, but unfortunately, they are not getting an opportunity to work in areas connected with this, and they land up in jobs which are on software development and things like that. Whereas here there is a need, lot of need is there, and again it goes back. I am going back to old stages where I again in all committees I used to demand for manpower. So manpower is to be developed for the country to have a good foundation of this blue economy, and for which it is available. When it's available, then why not the government changes some of the policies instead of taking all on a contract mode on a permanently temporary or temporarily permanent basis. We should somehow look into this. Then next, another point is we have blue economy in various locations, various organizations. They're all doing it, but it is all in, they don't speak to each other somehow. But there are countries, maybe I think Professor Murli or Professor Anas will mention about that when they talk. We had some interaction with the French counterparts as for Blue Economy Center Formation, IIT Madras, etc. So they have got a very good structured methodology in their country as to how to do it. Unfortunately, that policy is lacking here. Many people are working, good work everybody is doing, but they are all in bits and bits and not on a consolidated manner. So in some form, we have to consolidate this. So these are my points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Adnan. Just one comment you made about man submersible. That's something just Andaz was talking about it a few minutes back. So that's something is a very interesting aspect. And as far as employment concerned, this is wrong notion in the country. And some of the people who are always in opposition, the government, opposing to government, they always say that government is not creating jobs. I want to make it mention. Government will not create job, will not be able to create a job. Jobs are created by the industry. So we have to create multiple dimensions of blue economy industry. We don't have. Even when you say tourism, the tourism with respect to ocean cannot be done by NIOT. Tourism has to be done by the tourist agency. We have to only facilitate. So we need to really create industry which is doing various aspects of the ocean technology, and that industry should create the employment. And there's this. I thought
maybe I mean, in the interest of time, I will quickly say, sir, ISRO initially was completely supported by the government, and they have come to this level, and now they have gone to the industry. Whereas ocean technology here, you see, it has not come to that level. Once it comes to that level, I agree with you 100%. It has to go to the industry. Sir. I think we can discuss it off the.
No, I'm not talking of ocean technology. I'm talking exploitation by the ocean technology. I'm talking service component. See, tourism is a service component. Fishing is a service component. Government should not go for fishing, but government can facilitate fishing. So that's what I'm talking. Employment. You see US model. They NASA employs about 20,000 people now. Actually, in Apollo time, in 60s and 70s, they were having 40,000 people in NASA. Today is around 20,000. But the industry in US employs more than 200,000. So industry employment is much, much larger, more than 10 times larger than NASA. And actually, on top of that, the defense industry, actually in US defense industry for space, I'm not talking anything else, space is $25 billion per year. And it all goes to the industry. They don't do anything in-house. And that all is supported by, so actually a person who is working in space will have a much less chance of working in NASA, but much more in the industry and much more in the defense industry. So we have to create that. I'm just thought to mention that. Thank you. So we will now move to Dr. Ramamurthy.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. And I will not repeat what others have told for that. Like Deep Ocean Mission had 6 pillars in that NIOT is taking part actively on the 4 pillars. Similarly, Blue Economy document has been completely revised. Now they have 8 verticals. Under that, 4 verticals are very much relevant to the NIOT. The first one, I think, selectioners have already told about that. Mapping of ocean information. It can be bathymetry or observation, where NIOT play a very vital role on that. But second important one is exploration and harnessing of ocean resources. Either it can be operation of AUV. I think NIOT has one AUV now. Dr. Thamban will agree. I think when we had a hydrogen sulfide survey, we could not able to complete because there was no technical expertise on board on the vessel. I think now they have planning along with NIOT next survey independently. That kind of things are required for the country as well as a nation. In fact, once we develop that, we will become a role model for the rest of the country also. I need not have to talk about much about man submersible. I think me and then Goyal Saab was pestering NIOT on man submersible for quite some time, including Dr. Ramdas, because we always look at in a very different way for the, but he was happy at the end, this committee. And then robotics is the one of the area where NIOT can play important role. Ocean energy and then water hygiene, which was talked about that. The other pillar is about research and innovation in marine technology. In fact, Government of India is looking at a business model for implementation of blue economy, not the government will fund on that. For that, they need a capacity building. Either it can be renewables or biotechnology or the shipping, what we wanted to have, where NIOT plays a very important role in research and innovation. Third pillar is on capacity building and education. Now, our friends from IIT are also here. In fact, we can have a tailor-made programs organized through NIOT as a ministries center where IIT can play an important role as a joint collaborative project for the blue economy to take at the grassroots level. The last part which you have mentioned, sir, technology to grassroots level, especially industry involvement and more demonstration project is required for the, especially for the NIOT. But this is my critical comment for the, I think Dr. Sailesh was also telling. NIOT reaches up to 80%, last 20% is only putting us in a serious difficulties. Either it can be desalination or offshore wind. Maybe we can think of a dedicated demonstration unit of technology within the NIOT itself that will become initially to demonstrate in the beginning and also transfer this technology to the industry and enabling the technology transfer facilitator for that. How it is going to be having a different thing for that. In fact, many times we are not taking it, especially this Lakshadweep desalination, we should not leave it at that. There may be a small problem of administrative difficulty to take it up, this LTTD in the long run. But now, if we don't do that, we say that an RO is only going to be there. Tomorrow, whatever efforts we have made for last 20 years will become waste, especially island. These are all my observations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I just want to just continue this a little further on that. See, I mentioned in my remarks earlier, this is a national problem. Translation of R&D into product is a national problem. It is everywhere. In fact, just say you say water. IIT Chennai, even Professor Pradeep has been pursuing probably last 30, 40 years, 30 years at least. But when we really say it's, you can say availability to the common people. Similarly, on water, there's one full group working in DA, very big group. And all these researches are taking place. But research is getting into translation to product. Market you go, you'll find only RO by Kent, RO by this, and RO by this, AquaGuard. There is no Indian technology available in market. So unless we see, there was once we were discussing what is innovation. Innovation, we call it as, okay, it's a combination of various technologies which are available. Science and nothing new should come. But then there's innovation is no innovation unless it's marketable. So the marketability is missing throughout the country. My request, that's why is I made a suggestion that let us have maybe 1 or 2 people unit. Like Antrix we started in ISRO. Antrix was being run only by 2 people that time. And that's all. But they were actually approaching all the industry, how space services can be operated by the private agencies. So something like that, we have to really think seriously on that. Thank you. Okay, we'll invite Dr. Thampan, that NCP1.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all the distinguished delegates over there. And first of all, let me also thank and congratulate Dr. Ramdas for this successful leadership to the NIOT, and which led to various new things that was not as a continuous process. And as we look at actually, I think if you discuss about the blue economy aspect, actually, what is one important aspect in the non-living resources is what we are looking at the moment is about exploration for the hydrothermal sulfide minerals. And as you may be aware, actually, that currently that we are already undergoing the various surveys in this Southeast Indian Bridge as well as the Central Indian Bridge. In fact, recently we also just concluded what we call the near seabed autonomous underwater vehicle-based geophysical surveys, which identified about nearly 10 active hydrothermal vent fields as well as a couple of inactive, which is the mineralization zones of hydrothermal vents. So all these things, what we also have to keep in mind, they are much deeper depth, about 3,000 to 3,000 kind of meter water depth. But the, it's basically a completely black hole thing. So, ultimately, even if any kind of exploration you want to do it, unlike even in the polymetallic noodle case, which is basically a flat bottom terrain, typically what we look at it. When you look at the Mido-Shani ridges, it's actually completely undulated as well as highly hazardous kind of thing even for the exploration itself. That's what the recent survey has shown it. So the technology is not only just available itself may not be sufficient. We also have to look at the potential customization of this technology for the kind of the areas, the specific areas, which are the terrain changes within 10 meters to 100 meters within a very short distance. That we were not able to use the normal instruments because actually they are not really suitable, or we could reduce those instruments. That's something which we are already seeing. And as we look for the next stage, actually, we are also going to the apply new application areas in the Carlsberg Bridge for the hydrothermal sulfide exploration, as well as the in the financial and Seamount for the cobalt crust exploration. Each of these would require a kind of its own kind of challenges because they all represent a completely different terrains, completely different seaport features, and completely different environment over there. Because ultimately, none of this the exploration feature would be possible without looking at the sustainability of those explorations. Forget about exploitation. Even the exploration activities would require a kind of a sustainable or the environmental studies much bigger than what we used to do in the past, because that's how the world is moving towards currently. So that would the kind of life which we found in the seamounts are completely different what we find in the natures. So I would also request actually that when we look at the technological aspect, actually, as we further want to develop, I would like to have some of the very customized techniques. This can also identify life without actually doing sampling. Also try to get those things which are able to you have a much better picture than actually, because a very long laborious process of actually going to the actual sampling and getting this back to the the land for studying. So I would request in this case that some of the technologies should also be looking rather than only just exploration, but also looking at the environment of those regions, for as we move forward in future, that from an exploration to sustainable the exploitation, which we do not know how many decades we are doing, but still we should be looking at that. I think that's all I wanted to say here. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Thampan. Your voice somehow was a bit distorted here. I couldn't make notes. So I'll request if you can just jot down a few points, maybe half a page, and just send it to maybe Dr. Ramdas' office or something. Because somehow there is a distortion in the communication. So audio was not good. So I couldn't take notes.
Okay, sir.
You could make out something, but not really fully could get it. Thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll now request Dr. Chalpati Rao.
Is Dr. Chalapati Rao there?
Is he there?
No, he's not. I think he's with the interviews.
Okay, fine. Dr. Jeev Gupta.
Good afternoon to everyone. Sir, I'll be talking because I'm representing Marine Living Resources Center, and the blue economy has got a major role from the biology perspective, and biology being the future for the earth. So there are few points which I have listed out as part of the blue economy. The first and foremost point, sir, we know that for the last 2 seasons, like the stock, marine fish stock available in the Indian EEZ has been assessed, and first first estimate came for about 3.57 million metric tons, and then a decade later it has been revalidated to 5.32 million tons. And now that it is going to be revalidated again, now a committee has been constituted where we are also part of that. And now it is expected that it will cross even 6.5 million metric tons. So every time when we are revalidating it, we are finding it that stocks are increasing. But the ground reality is completely different. Fishermen is finding no fish available in the water. So there is something wrong. So what I believe that there are multiple factors why that stocks are not, the fishes are not being available to the fishermen. There could be multiple problems. One is the climate change, which we are always talking about. But more than so, according to me, it is the overexploitation. The sustainable harvesting, which is the principle which Ramdas was also mentioning in his opening remarks, which is completely missing it, because when we are issuing that fishery boat licenses for exploitation for the fishermen and all, without knowing that how much stocks are available and how many boats can be rationally we can give the licenses, these factors have never been considered. Of course, there are, I know, the social problems and then political problems, but then we need to overcome that. We need to have a mechanism of how much stock can be harvested sustainably, and vis-a-vis how many boats can be permitted for making that exploitation.
From 3.7 to 5.3 to 6.3.
So this is a committee, a national committee has been constituted by the government. The Department of Fisheries is leading this particular point.
But there is no concern, no assessment.
No, sir. Actually, it is being dealt with 3-4 methodologies. Like one is on the landing based, one is on the satellite based, one is on the ground based. But I'm not finding fault with that assessment, sir. I'm finding the problem with that stocks may be available, but then the vis-a-vis the ground reality wise, we are also not taking that how much we can harvest. That is one point, sir. Second is that we also need to know that how much actually stocks when we are finding out to make it much more better. Okay. And georeferenced data is actually not available, actually, which is more precisely required it for us to make the stock assessment much more meaningful, because as of now, the various only scientific agencies are only doing that surveys, and then based on that we are getting it. But if the fishing people like vessel monitoring system, which is being under discussion for several decades, which is not happening yet, if this vessel monitoring system is implemented, and then like US pattern, if you can able to adopt here, like when the fisher boats are coming to the fishing center, entire documentation is completely made available, and then the where that fish is being the fishermen are being fishing, that entire georeference data is made available. That will be the source for making the stock assessment much more validated, which is totally not available in the country as on today. So this is my second point, sir. Then like offshore fish farming, which is an alternate way of promoting like
Is a country means
like
on earth is available on solid port.
Vessels, sir. Vessels, if they are having a GPS system, and then if that is being tracked, we should know that where that fishermen are fishing, so that that we know that when stock assessments we are doing regionally and then
So
country level.
vessels do not carry your referencing system, GPS system. That's what your point.
Sir, actually vessels do not want to get.
That is a political
pure-
issue.
I'm
Sir,
not
that
pure-
is a political issue. We know, but scientifically, when we wanted to promote it, this is one area where it is a completely gray. So that is what we are adjusting. And offshore fish farming is one more like we NIOT is doing coastal case cultures, but then there is a lot of potential in the offshore areas where fishing like bigger case can be done, where marine spatial planning which NCC are doing on the coastal areas.
Okay,
Where the
so
open
case
ocean
culture
also
is
it
there.
is possible. That is thing. Then marine ornamental fishery, which has got multi-billion industry in the world, and where India is not much, but we are promoting it as a societal activity, but it can be taken up as a industrial level. Bioprospecting, obviously, because lot of deep sea like ecologically sensitive like sea mounts and then trenches and other things where life is surviving at a very harsh environments. And then, if we can able to collect those sediments and then biota and those things, which we are already doing, NIOT similarly, we are all doing it. And this we are archiving it for industrial prospecting purpose. This can also be made it to a big way for bringing a lot of patent related bioprospecting aspects. And not only that Indian thing, now we are also entering into the camellar fishing, like Antarctic fishing, like where India is a permanent member. Now 40 years over, we could not able to tap that fishery of that polar regions. Now India is trying and industry is coming forward. So we are in the touch with ministry and then we are in the consultation with another things. We are just in the props of all because we don't have a mechanism of how to issue licenses to that cold water fishery. That we are in the process and then we are formulating the mechanism through interministerial consultation. But that prospect also can be bad as a blue economy because it's an export from the India.
What is not happening is that we are not able to attract the business people. Business people don't care for your license. The Japanese come and fish all the time in Indian Ocean. They don't care for your license. So licensing is not an issue. Issue is that we are not able to put right people who have that kind of, see, to make a vessel and fish in Indian Ocean, or sorry, Southern Ocean, you require maybe more than 100 crore company.
Yes, sir. No, industry
Question
come
is,
forward.
and that, or maybe more, that such people we are not able to bring into the business. Licensing is not an issue.
That we are now just able to get, sir. Now industry is coming forward.
Yeah,
So
do
we
that.
are drafting the mechanisms to issue the licenses and then moving forward. So it's going to be one more activity under the blue economy for us. And ultimately the capacity building, especially because that is more important for us to take the things forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Krishnan is there from IITM. Dr. Krishnan?
It's not this.
Okay. Dr. Murli. Dr. Murli.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity. From whatever we have been discussing and understanding on blue economy, we would like to provide a different viewpoint of the whole issue. Actually, the Ministry of Education has a program on ICET, okay, Initiative in Critical and Emerging Technologies. This is a program with India and the United States. And as a result of this, they have also created another empowered committee for industry and internationalization. Something like that they call the committee, ECIIC. This is a committee that has been created. They have identified 12 core areas as a critical area, and blue economy is one of the area. And this effort is championed by the Ministry of Education. And we had been asked to conduct workshops in these 12 areas, and one of the areas is blue economy. So we had a workshop in February 2024. We had colleagues from different agencies, Ministry of Health Science, NIOT, NCCR. We had from NIO, we had from other educational institutions, R&D institutions. Also, we had colleagues from France, Germany, Singapore, Mauritius, etc., etc. So we had a detailed workshop. It's a day-long workshop. What we have understood was the Ministry of Earth Science is still the nodal ministry, so they have to champion the efforts. But what is happening? What is happening is the activities that is needed for the blue economy is spread over different ministries: Ministry of Fisheries, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Industry, etc., etc. So it's also maybe Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There is some effort issues with the foreign affairs. So it's spread over the different ministry. Maybe we need a ministry for blue economy in order to champion the efforts of on blue economy. But leaving alone a separate ministry, what we felt was there must be an empowered group or an empowered committee or an empowered panel which will channelize all the efforts which are being done in different ministries in silos and focus the efforts towards blue economy and development of the wealth through the blue economy. So therefore, there must be a definite roadmap that should be created. And one of the outcomes of that workshop was that there should be a blue economy innovation park and a research park, like we have created a research park at IIT Madras, which will only focus on the blue economy activities, and they will be a bridge between industry and investors. Bridge between industry, investors, and also the innovators. So that whatever was envisioned or decided by the empowered group or the empowered committee would be brought to actually action. In this whole issue, what we find as a missing point was the general attitude of us as the attitude that somebody else from outside has to tell us what we should do. Actually, we should have an attitude wherein we take the lead and develop things and do things for the blue economy. And this attitude will help us in bridging the gap in development of the blue economy. We need technologies for fishermen, the fishing industry and the tourism industry, like it was told. And also we need the industry which will work in the sea, which will operate completely in the sea and to do things in the sea. And this will complement whatever that is happening in the port sector as one of the component of the blue economy. We need technologies for mapping, as Dr. Ramnamurthy pointed out, on monitoring of various things that are going on. And also we need technologies for enforcement activities. We need the technologies for micro and small renewable energy and also for water, like it is being focused by NIOT. And therefore, we can develop the industry and the technology for the blue economy. So these are some of the observations.
I have a question to you.
Yes, sir.
You said we need technology for water. We need technology for fishing. We need technology for some things. I think we have all the technology.
Yes, sir, but
it's not the technology issue. Again, I'm coming back. Is it technology translation issue?
Is a translational technology. That
Technology is existing, is not being actually exploited by these. We have not able to. So on one side, we say that our youth is not getting jobs. Youth doesn't know what to do. On the other side, we have technologies which are unexploited. So there's a gap there. So that's why I'm again emphasizing we need to create business models. If we do not create business models, these technologies will remain in very nicely kept in labs and
publications and
applications. So I think I will just bring a point. Basically, again coming to, we need to bring this gap of translation from the so-called development to business model.
So that's why I say there must be a focused effort in translating this to the blue economy wealth, blue economy based wealth. And that is a missing part in this whole game. Thank you, sir.
All these ministries, again, you know, what happens is, I was also secretary. We talk, have a good tea, cup of tea and some snacks and all that, and forget after meeting. We are not actually translating that into a product or implementable actions.
Correct.
See, in
Or we don't translate that to a wealth. That is the problem. We don't act on translating that to a wealth.
see, we used to have a concept called in the Indian economic engineering, we were having some of the recommendations. So we always said we insist that implementable recommendations, not just recommendations. So we'll probably try to do that. Thank you. Okay, let me request Professor Sanasiraj. IT Madras.
Very good afternoon. So, of course, I am not going to say anything new. And first, I compliment all activities of NIOTs and the blue economy. That's very obviously true. And first, I fully vouch that blue economy is a source of the sustainable growth. That's what we are talking about a lot on the blue economy. And let me give little more emphasis on some of the specific points that we discussed, particularly on the fishing. And we have to strengthen the database. Of course, the INCAIS is very quite successful giving the fishing regions. But there are so many things that are like AML, all those things can strengthen the more focused activities. Dr. Gupta also mentioned that where it is not there. But if we use modern tools, data is abundant. A lot of abundant data is there. We are not at all utilizing the data. So, but that can be only possible using the AML in this activity. Next, again, the monitor and surveillance of fishing vessels in that particular case. Say, there are definitely missing. So, Chairman also is keep on telling that there's missing APIs, we are not going to industry. Say, in IIT, through NTCP, we will see we have a good surveillance system that we are doing it. But how we are going to implement into the system? Yes, no fishing vessels are without GPS. All of them are taking the GPS. And even they are switching off their system. We should have a surveillance mechanism that definitely if we make a link that we can make it successfully. We have a technology and of course we are also ready to transfer to industry, but only that that's a linking is greatly missing it.
So again, on that, what does he get if he connects or he switches on? Say, actually, Dr. Shailesh Nayak had done a lot of work in the area of PFZ. Now, we are giving PFZ advisory. For PFZ advisory, we are giving some kind of system where he can see where the fish can be, and that is a part of the boat. If there, when he is receiving the information, if we are implementing GPS itself and then transmits back, then we will know. So probably it requires a kind of a technology.
So we have developed a technology which they cannot switch off, and it will be as long as they are on the engines.
You are underestimating the wisdom of our fishermen. They will always kind of.
Which they are trying from Tamil Nadu state wanted a service of disaster management, any warning to be issued.
Those warnings
they have to be connected to the desktop. Now they cannot escape in Tamil Nadu because now they have set the app. Without that, registration will be cancelled.
That's right. You have to force that by some means. This is one way. Other way is if you are giving advisory, then advisory cannot be received unless the system is on, and the system should have the GPS built in. Something like that.
So second point is coming to the renewable energy. We are talking about lot. And except the wind energy in the offshore, none of them, not only in India, entire world, it's not fully commercialized. And we cannot say that private industries are not coming to the picture. And many of them are coming to the picture, and somewhere there is a large, great missing link, even though all of us are accepting the entire world, large untapped potential is there. We are yet to tap. And this one, we have to address it very seriously. And here, first, the government has to come in a major level so that industry has to see there's a large potential for them to invest it. Even IIT, we are talking about a lot on getting the CSR funds. But many of them are coming up to the large stage, then they are not venturing into it. Somewhere that
some of the recommendations are not really for Ministry of Fisheries, because fisheries is a separate department itself. In Government of India, fisheries is a separate department. We are supposed to worry about only technology part, but we can't take off the, you can say, do their job.
When you talk talking about blue economy, it's not only technology, it's the
No, no.
entire government of the blue economy. You have to see.
What we have to do is blue economy also. I'm talking purely on fishing, nothing else. Other thing anyway responsibility, but fishing component, normal service part. Because fishing is already more than 6 lakh fishermen are there. How they do better and all that. Technology part we should take, like we have provided FPFZ or we are providing that for disaster warning system and all that. That part we will do. But actually fishing part will be done by that ministry.
So renewable energy in the technology part, I think we have to move towards floating. Yes, that Punim also said. We have a good floating systems nowadays compared to that instead of exploring for the good foundation for 200 meter, etc. Floating system, floating solar panel, and we are nowadays the solar panel also, they are more flexible to go in the floating systems.
See, there are a lot of technology issues. We are talking solar panel is good as long as you have got life of 25 years. It is well tested on the land. They survive for 25 years. But whether it will survive 25 years on the salty water, I don't know. Someone has to really, there's a lot of, I mean, as an engineer, one has to really, so this is not very easy solution. People are testing it. I know that. Advantage, you know what is the advantage? Advantage is that water cools the solar panel. When there is a sun, the efficiency of the solar panel drops because of the temperature. Temperature, if it is 60 degree or 50 degree, this efficiency comes down. Whereas if you're touching water, is normal temperature in sea is 29 degree or 28 or 29. So you gain in terms of the efficiency of the solar cell. There's no other advantage of bringing in touch with water. But whether that advantage will be overriding the effect of the, you can say, saline water for continuously there. It's a big question mark. So I don't think there is an answer to that. People are trying. Let them try. Nothing wrong in that. But gain is not too much. Efficiency comes.
Reduction of emissions.
No, efficiency. See, whatever solar efficiency, normally we are getting what you get in your house today is around 20%. Even though theoretically, multi-junction cells are available for satellite, we use even 34% now. The solar cell with a perovskite, one more layer, they're reaching 28. But perovskite has got a much more stability problem. Within 2 years, that efficiency come down to 0. So there's a lot of technical issues. We can discuss that separately. But so that is not a solar panel. If you have as good as if I put on ground itself. I mean, the house of fishermen that will do much better than putting in the ocean, running wire and then all that. So there are a lot of issues on that. A lot of engineering issues.
So then one other aspect is we talk about the tourism, eco-coastal tourism or island tourism. Actually, that promotes us. Industry take all the technology. Say, so we as tourism is the one it reaches.
And this is Mali is surviving only on tourism.
Yes.
Okay. So I think last speaker is Professor Balkrishnan. No, Balchandran.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Being the last, I have advantage that I need not add anything new more to there. Most of the points are already, just to supplement what was said already. We are talking about the main thing is from the weather point of view, we all know that the ocean is one of the action center for the weather and climate. We are talking about the climate change, all these things. So there are action point centers are in the oceans, like your El Nino, IOD, regional centers are there. So we have to augment, already we are having observations, the augmentation of the observations.
But they said they're meeting all the requirements.
Still more than we and still the tropical cyclones simulations are not that much perfect because of initial condition observations are not, still we require more things as of the conditions. Okay. So there are things like we can sail drones. We have drones in the air, but there are things like sail drones are there, gliders, ocean gliders are there. This type of things can be attempted for more survey of the informations that could add more the information that one. As we see that in the changing scenario of monsoons and cyclones, all are going to change. So more data are required. One thing. Another thing is tourism aspect. They are talking about medicinal values also, health sectors and other things. So oceanal things from the point of view, medicinal values and then technology requirement for that can be Third one is the sustainability.
Health, you're like ocean health, right?
Yes.
Ocean health, no?
Societal value, as you are pointing out again. Societal point of view, for the things, medicinal values are there, wherein biotechnology people, with that we can identify and we can tap that potential from the ocean. Third one is the all are talking about the sustainability, same things. Like in urbanization, the land, we are saying uncontrolled urbanization leading to flooding, all the things later we are saying. Similarly, here also, we should see the inventory of the things, what is to be done, at what rate it has to be exploited. So simultaneously, while taking the potential, we have to ensure the rate it should be done. That is also to be, these are the few points only.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have done within time. Yeah, 4 minutes only more. I'm not summarizing right now, but what I'm suggesting is that maybe with the help of someone from your group, we'll try to bring all these observations, all these comments in such a way that it makes a proper flow and proper recommendations for the ministry. Because this actually is not really only for an NIOT. This is a larger issue. And in fact, some of the issues are much more overlapping. And particularly when Professor Murli says that we have to have a group of this kind, which has to be an interministerial group. So we'll catch up these recommendations in a much more, I can say, comprehensive, and the flow should be proper. So we'll do that. So with that, thank you very much. I got this good opportunity to listen to so many people. I still also suggesting one part. The economy cannot be sustained without a business model. So this is where, as I mentioned, the Antariksh was created. Equivalent of that, somewhere we have to have, whether in IoT, whether Ministry of Earth Science, Head Office, or somewhere else. But there has to be a translation mechanism of science and technology into services, which can be then rendered by the industry. If we start running the services, it will be a big... see, our problem is that suppose someone is working at services, you go for D2E review. They say, okay, what you have done? Sir, I was running this service. Okay, that's going for last 20 years. And what is new you have done? So R&D department like ISRO or Atomic Energy or DRDO or Ministry of Science, they are not much very good for services.
Yeah, actually, that's what actually it is in actually Professor Murali's hands now. Actually, we wanted to start a startup, actually, our incubation center, and NIOT has been chosen as a nodal agency for this one. And we wanted to go with the IIT research part and all. We have made a draft MOU also, which was vetted by our ministry, and I have given it to IIT.
Also vetted from our side. I didn't communicate to you.
Yeah, right.
You can
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You can sign it anytime.
That's good. Okay, right. Maybe before 30th.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you.
You can give some dates. I can give dates. I can get dates from director. Yes.
And over to Gopakumar, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a very active panel discussion and a lot of points which has come, which makes our efforts now more to compile all of them. It was very interesting discussion on the blue economy with Secretary setting the tone, saying that material, energy, food material are some of the key points that we need to dwell upon. And he said that there is no climate change without ocean.
No, we'll summarize later. We'll not, so they'll take another 10 minutes and there's no.
Yes. So with this, we come to the conclusion workshop before we go to the next most important agenda, which is the felicitation of our director retiring thing, what we call as the probable swallowing of the anchor. That for this, I will request. I'll call out the names in sequence. I'll request to speak a few words. But since some of the members wants to leave by 1 o'clock,
give them priority.
We'll give them priority. But before that, we thought we'll have a group photograph followed by the Ponada and the Memento thing, because some of those will have to leave by 1 o'clock. So can I have the group photograph first? We'll just, all of you can sit, so we'll just come behind you. Okay. So next we'll have the customary felicitation by giving Ponnada, sir. I'll request Professor Ravindran to kindly do the honors, sir.
Actually, he is the first one to recruit me. I think it is his responsibility to send me out.
Sir, just a minute, sir. You're seeing photographs. Sir. So next I'll request Dr. Goyal to give a surprise memento, sir, which has so this is basically the polynomial with the metals. So some things are silent, sir. So we acknowledge the contribution of IMT Bhubaneswar, sir, who actually made these metals from the polymer nodules, sir. So you want to give the... So there's a small memento from Similari also.
From my MD also.
And a sustainable memento also, sir. So another memento from IMD, sir. So Dr. Atmanand, so you want to give? No, you want to give this secretly.
Yes. He wants to embarrass.
So with this, we'll go to the small things, sir. So Dr. Ramanamurthy, sir, please.
Good afternoon to all. I think Dr. Ramdas garu, because I used to call him always sir, because he's 1 year elder to me exactly. So I know him, I think only through the tide gauge when he has developed for this acoustic tide gauge. I think many of you know, may not be knowing, I think this is the tide gauge which really has given a data land subsidence in Andaman. But unfortunately, he was not acknowledged anywhere, only except in the acknowledgement for that was a bad thing which has happened during that time. In fact, the entire subduction zone calculations were done based on this tide gauge data. Survey of India tide gauge was not working. I learned many things from Ramdas, especially when I moved to NIOT in 2009 on deep sea technology, and then he used to tell about experiences of underwater communications, acoustics. That's how his capabilities have developed over a period of time. So, of course, we used to discuss many aspects, what to be done on the VOTEC, and then all these things he was telling for that. So he was leading a group on deep sea technologies. I used to interact with many of especially in the numerical studies in the like autonomous scoring system or simulation studies. We used to interact with him and then do on many aspects. Of course, on the deep ocean mission, I was pestering him along with Goyal sir in various aspects. I think with this committee, and then I used to be a member secretary. Initially, he was telling this committee why it is required, but later on he himself acknowledged that this committee has really put us in the right direction for that. Many things I learned during my tenure, I think, with him almost last 12 years with my association with NIOT and also on the personal thing. On personal front, I will tell you one thing which is very little different on that. There are two people who always offers me critique. One is Dr. Ramdas and second one is my second daughter. He also acknowledges always for that. They will tell if you are going somewhere here and there, they used to come and then tell me, no, you're not going in the right direction, and then you have to correct yourself further. Most of the cases I used to acknowledge and then otherwise with modification further. So I continues to receive his services and then advice in the future also over a period of time. But of course, I interact with him also on the personal front. I don't say it is happy retirement, happy second innings. I am always there with him for any support, both officially as well as personal. Thank you for all your support, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Atmanand.
First of all, I should thank NIOT for inviting me. See, after retirement, Ramdas will know next week onwards how you will feel. After retirement, when you are invited, you feel quite happy that, okay, at least this is really great. So I, sorry? Invitable. So I knew him somewhere in 93, 94 when NIOT was originally formed. I think I was doing PhD at the Measurement Instrumentation Lab with Professor Jagadish Kumar. So I used to see one gentleman coming there with a long tube there, putting something there and doing, I don't know what it is. And later I came to know that he's doing some calibration, and that was the first US patent which was obtained for NIOT was this tight gauge, which gave the data, which of course he has already said. I thought I'll be the first person to say that, but already you have said that. So that is the time when we started knowing each other. And we used to also work, I mean, he used to come and work till late night. And at Quark also we used to meet. Those days when Quark used to be there in IIT. So only we used to just smile and that's all, nothing more. Then slowly we, I mean, from NIOT, when I joined also, we started knowing each other more. He was working in acoustics and he was head of this marine systems group was formed. And then later he became the head of deep sea technology. And then, of course, when I became the director, we used to have, maybe I think I can disclose now, many of the, not many I should say, some of the critical decisions I used to discuss with him. And he used to soften me a lot because some of the occasions I was really in a mood to take a very, very strong decision. And he used to just soften me because he had the rights to do that, that I will say why it is so. And there used to be, he used to be passionate about this man submersible. We used to have a lot of tough exchanges also as part of that. And one of the occasions was after our Silver Jubilee. Perhaps some of you may know that the news came in Times of India that ISRO is developing a manned submersible. That was the news which came. And Ramdas was so furious and he came running to my room and there was a lot of heated exchanges. I pacified him, I cooled him down. There was a misunderstanding because the message given by the then secretary was that the sphere is made by ISRO, but the name of ISRO is well known than NIOT. So the news reporter reported that ISRO from space, they are coming to ocean, and the news was, I mean, so disturbing, I mean, including for me, but I had to really manage somehow Ramdas, cool him down, because I know because of his passion it is coming. It's not due to anything against anybody or anything like that. And he is really very strong. His physics background is very strong. So I always used to say that you are not a physics person, you are converted. I mean, like you say in some religious conversion, yes, converted into an engineer. So he is an engineer after rubbing shoulders with all of us. So on the personal front, that is why we know each other so much, because we were neighbors. I mean, it was due to the Dr. Jaishankar. Unfortunately, is not here. Me and Ramdas, we brought a house in the same complex, and we were together there. Our children grew together in the same school and things like that. And our wives were friends, and many of the discussions came through when we started carpooling and coming to NIOT. And during that time, we used to have a lot of discussions, philosophical, many things. And the evenings, Purnima also used to be there. We three used to travel, and that used to be a nice time when a lot of such exchanges happened. And he has got, that a very good sense of humor. And one of them, I will just tell you, in one of the PMN meetings, you should listen this. You were, somebody was, one senior was, had told that this mining program, we should get a white paper for this. I am going to just ask for that and all, he said. And what happened in the meeting, nothing was happening. So Ramdas, this coffee tea comes, this tissue, white tissue is there. So we were sitting nearby. He took the white paper and he started doing like this, and I could not hold my laughter because he was making fun of the person who I have not named anybody. So there is nothing wrong in that. So that way he used to make it so lively and happy and things like that. So I would really like to wish him a really happy and healthy second innings in any organization or on his own. So he really reads a lot, completely against, opposite to me. I don't read anything other than some technical material. So I would like to just present him with a book, a few books, which I don't know whether he will like. Can you please take a picture? I wanted my camera, that's why. So this is from my side. Then there is also one book. Can you guess this is from where? You guessed it, right? So this is from my son. He has specifically told that when I told he's going to retire, he organized it. Of course, it is Amazon only, from here only, but he specifically told to give this to uncle. So this is from him. Thank you. Thank you so much. So because there is another function, I think some of us have to attend. So
I'll
when
quickly
you
say one word,
excuse
sir, actually. But whenever we were in car together, we never talked about anything. We talked about generally about life, death, philosophy, and all. Really, it is surprising, but I can really vouch for that. Many of the time we talked about that only. Our views were diametrically opposite. I am an agnostic, and he is a believer, and we had lively discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Shailesh Naik to please say a few words.
Thank you very much. Of course, I had a great association with Ramdas for last almost, I think, 20 years plus. And I found him extremely creative person in the sense that he has a lot of new ideas about variety of things. And being a physicist, he has that good analytical acumen, which also helped him to be successful in the very eminent engineers who are there, Atmanan, Dr. Ravindran, Kathiroli, and many others. But he could make his mark in a very purely in this kind of a field. The other important thing about him is he is extremely good as a part of a team, but he also showed that he is an extremely good leader as well. That's very rare quality where a person can excel as a good team member as well as a leader. And I'm sure that this kind of his capabilities, his understanding about the subject and his passion, I'm sure that it would be continued to be used in one or another manner for the development of a lot of new things, new ideas in NIOT. I wish him very best for all this, and sure that he will continue to provide a direction and guidance to in the larger field of ocean technology. So Thank you very much and all the best, Ramdas.
Thank you, sir. Actually, morning I was selling something, and by the time I think you switched off this thing. Sir, my ROVs and my submersibles are working without me, because you told me that unless they work without me, don't accept them. So please accept them, sir. They are working. And,
That's very important.
and I really learned a lot from you, sir, management and all. The way you conducted the ministry when you were secretary, and many times you used to teach me actually when we meet you also, like how to deal with people, how to deal with the higher ups and all. Thank you very much, sir, for all your guidance and help.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will request Professor Murli.
Thank you. Pleasantly, one fine morning, we hear that Professor Dr. Ramdas has become the director of NIOT, and we can only admire that the kind of calmness and composure and the leadership that he has provided to the organization over these years. The specific quality that he can always identify the people for the specific tasks and then get the work done like a taskmaster is a very, very specific quality that I have admired and I've also learned from him. And I'm sure you would continue to provide his leadership in whatever way that is possible to NIOT and also probably to other organizations where he is involved. All the very best, Dr. Ramdas. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Murli. I always say, though you are younger to me, I learned a lot from you both as a academician as well as a manager. So I keep learning from you.
So, Professor Nasiraj would like to speak, sir.
Okay, so good summer, one way or another, NIOT, I feel like I don't differentiate between IIT or NIOT for many reasons. So that's the first reason is the core group under Professor Rajendra as director. So I was also part of it. So all the first group people, even now I'm thinking that they are my own colleagues. And in addition, during 1997, by the time of starting, this land, by virgin land, so I was surveyed also by myself, along with Dr. Rajendra at that time, etc. So even I feel that every time I'm coming to the campus, I'm coming to our own campus. So that feeling, I'm having a more attachment with NIOT always. And Dr. Ramdas, I can, of course, he can also tell me also that I also used to go very calm, all the places. Dr. Ramdas more than me. He used to work very calmly, and it's very difficult to find Dr. Ramdas at any point of the office by the time. We were in the second floor of the Asian Research building, and that initial years. And of course, later, more interaction after I joined as a faculty at IIT Madras with NIOT, and much more after he became a director. And in between, I think 2 years, we were on the road to take our children from our JE class together. So always waiting on the Sunday afternoon. So that's also there. So I have feel like my own colleague is getting retired rather than the kind of NIOT director. So I wish him all the very successful. Actually, now at present, 60 is not all the age, in fact. And so we can see for chairman, director, all are very, very active, even that maybe much more than their service time. So I wish him all the best.
Thank you, Professor Nasrad. Actually, I think I am one of the reasons for you being in the IIT. When you wanted to go to Singapore, actually, from you were a project scientist at NIOT, we discussed and I told you, go and come back if you want actually, but better to go out actually. So this thing. And second thing is I have learned a lot from you. Working without looking for recognition or any gratitude, that is your strong point. And sometimes we even have exploited that one. We are sorry about it, but one thing is I learned that humility from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Balchandra would like to speak.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ramdas, sir. Actually, from my IMD side and my personal side, we never forget about him. When IMD was searching for the place to keep the radar, actually the radar was meant for the Kannur. So they say that when due to some problems, that time our S-band radar was having some problems. So there were so many news going on in the newspaper. So I thought that at least as a thing we can get an X-band radar. So when the meeting was going on, I said, sir, if you give to Chennai, we can do it. Then Rajendra sir said that, can you do it within 1 week to get the place? Then when I approached Atmanand sir, he told, okay, immediately take it. And I followed it up. He retired within 3 days. And when I approached him, he said that always he says, whenever you have, this is your campus. So he is so magnanimous that this is your campus. That way he always provide all the facilities and everything. And we will never forget whatever the problem due to COVID time, the installation was going on. Lot of requirements were required from our IMT side. Everything he provided. Everything he provided. Then he was saying that. Another thing, recently we conducted 150 years celebration in Chennai. For this also, with a lot of hesitation, we were approaching him, but he told that why you are thinking like that? This is your campus. So he provided all the things, everything in such a way that that program was through internet, it was broadcast all the places. All our IMT people from other side, they were saying that from which place you got this, how this place you got. They were surprised to see such a facilities. That was very nice. They were appreciating all the things. I told that because of the NIOT, we got all the things, all type of provision, which was highly professional things. We could not think about such type of things in RMC Chennai, which is a very small place. So apart from that, whenever secretary comes, we used to meet in the airport. Visiting time, we used to discuss with him. Lot of things I learned from him. And Independence Day meetings at Raj Bhavan. Various occasions I met him personally, officially also, as personal level also. He made an indelible mark in my memory. I wish him a happy, healthy, retired life, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Patil. But secret is your humility and your simplicity that only actually made all these things happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll request Dr. GVM Gupta, please.
Seems like from 99 to 2009, I was in the same campus with ICMA. But then our interaction with Dr. Ramdas was very minimal at those times because of our opposite disciplines and then working thing. But the time that I moved to Semalari, then the interaction has started. And then in the last 3 years, in fact, it was a tremendous. In fact, like both in the deep ocean mission, we were jointly executing 2 verticals, and then the interactions and then support exchanges which we did it jointly. It was tremendous. And then more so, like I've been repeatedly telling that Sagar Sampada will always remember you, and then Dr. Rajshekar. What his contributions are tremendous. In fact, the vessel, when she was unavailable to sail out for almost like 2 years, and then say NIOT has really made a savior role, and then Director Ramdas and then Rajshekar, both the contributions in making that vessel back after a successful dry dock and then brought out. So Sampradaya will always remember your services, and then I wish that I would say that second innings, which always everybody says that you have a peaceful and then happy life with your family, but at the same time, nation also deserves your expertise and then services. So whatever the fashion or support, like government or but this country needs it, we request your extended services to be available to the society. Thank you very much.
There are a few people who wear their hearts on their sleeves, actually. I am one of them, but I can see the same quality in Dr. Gupta, actually. Whatever he feels, he tells it, actually. So there is nothing actually hidden in his heart, actually. So thank you very much for your kind words.
Thank you, sir. I'll request Dr. Taman Melod, Director NCPR, you would like to say a few words, please.
Yeah, Dr. Gopal, can you hear this time? Because last time I was told I was not very.
It is better now, sir.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ramdas. You have been a very composed and calm and friendly person for all of us, especially NCPR. Have had a long relationship with NIOT, mainly because we had your projects running in Antarctica. You had a lot of your activities in Arctic, and you supported our, the existing vessels and also the procurement of new vessels. So the one best quality which I've seen in him is that we could call him any given time, any hour of the day or night. He would always pick the call, and he would always reply in the WhatsApp messages, and he is in umpteen meetings and umpteen places. Sometimes he'll be in US middle of the night, but that time also he will reply. So that is something which everybody doesn't do it, and somebody was so busy. So we are really, blessed at that time that to have you as a director at NIOT so that we could have this communication. Although I took up this charge very recently, but I never felt there is a miscommunication or that we never had any relationship So that was the best thing. And thank you so much. That I think I again want to stress actually that NCPR activities would not have been to this level. Actually had support from NIOT and especially someone like not been there. Once again, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Tamban. Actually, it was a pleasure to work with a brilliant young scientist like you. And also, after Dr. Ravichandran became the secretary of MOES, I took the mantle of union leader of autonomous bodies, actually. So I took it from Dr. Ravichandran, actually.
Of life, I don't say retired life, second part of life for Dr. Ramdas. As Dr. Ramanamurthy had mentioned, my first interaction with Dr. Ramdas was about that tide gauge when the tsunami had occurred in 2004. Because Dr. Chetty, with whom I used to work in NIO, he attended a meeting somewhere in Delhi, and that time Secretary Divodi had showed that data and made a statement that the tide gauges could not record the tsunami waves. So we wanted to check from that data, and I had contacted Dr. Ramdas. Of course, Dr. Ramdas was not very comfortable in giving the data, I know, for various reasons. But it clearly showed that it is not that the tide gauge was unable to record the tsunami wave height. It was because of the subsidence that had occurred. It showed that kind of a data. So that was my first interaction with Dr. Ramdas way back in 2004. And later, after I joined as director in COIS, I had several occasions to meet, chat, and crack jokes and whatever it is with Dr. Ramdas and others. And I had the opportunity to work more closely with Dr. Ramdas was when I was I was asked to be the director of NIOT, which lasted for about 2.5 years. And that was a good time to work with all in NIOT, especially with Dr. Ramdas, as several had commented. What I found was he's very technically knowledgeable. In fact, it took a long time for me to realize that Dr. Ramdas is not a trained engineer. He is a converted engineer. He is a physicist, but he talked like an engineer. That was a very great personality of Dr. Ramdas. And we had opportunities to travel together and know each other more closely. And of late, also, I had several occasions when we organized the World Ocean Science Congress in Chennai with in collaboration with IIT Madras and NIOT. I had great occasions to interact with Dr. Ramdas. As my feeling is that he is a well composed and a very good human being, a good friend, and a technically very sound person who could lead NIOT during this crucial period of implementing the deep ocean mission projects. Let me once again wish Dr. Ramdas a very happy, healthy, and productive year ahead, for many, many years ahead for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I never forget that I was your apprentice actually. Under you, I was an apprentice when you were director here. I learned actually a lot from you. And second thing was during this writing of DPR for DOM, I was really, again, I learned a lot from you. And as you reminded, actually, we traveled to Japan. We discussed a lot about books and other things and all. And I want to tell the audience that he used to provoke me and make me talk a lot about technology, these things and all. Next day, he used to support us in front of secretary and other people. I asked him, sir, then why do you provoke me actually like this? He told me, then only I can get the facts from you and then I can present well. And those 2.5 years, actually, they have been very helpful to NIOT, sir. And we got our both our coastal research results under your leadership only. Your fearlessness and your impartiality in taking decisions, it really guided me during my tenure. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'll request Dr. Goel to speak a few words.
You know, when I came here as a secretary in 2005, I didn't know what secretary job is, and I didn't know anything about ocean, neither science nor technology. So how do we go further? Ask questions. So I remember when I came for the first time to NIOT, I started with just a lot of questions. And I'm sure that that time Katroli, Atmanand, and Ramdas, these three people faced a lot of questions. And after that, of course, it has been a continuous process from 2005 onwards, maybe till today, that I've learned a lot. So basically, what I'm going to tell you that whatever I know about ocean or ocean technology or ocean sciences, I never read a book. Always learn from asking questions. But in that process, the patience he has shown, never got angry or anything like that. And see, when we talk of an NIOT per se, it's a very, very multidisciplinary setup. In fact, it's not just ocean part. I mean, maybe we are doing even, let's say, acoustic communication, which is, we do talk about in the water, but actually it has very similarity. And there is a separate, very big organization in DRDO only doing acoustic communication for a long time, but here a very small team. So it's a very multidisciplinary. And managing that requires patience. That requires special skills to deal with the different kind of disciplines. And I'm so happy to see that in last 3 years after taking over as a director, but even before that, its contribution, not purely as a scientist, but also or engineer, but purely as a to develop people. Actually, when you talk of an organization is very little to do with people, is much to do with culture. So the way NIOT has evolved, the culture which has developed, this is something starting from, let's say, our founding director to all along. That ability to work together. Actually, I would say my guru, Professor Yorao, we always used to say, when I started work with him, that we Indians are individually excellent, better than Americans or better than Russians or better than all the countries. But we can't work together. And that's what he used to emphasize in 70s. And that's how the ISRO culture came. Why ISRO is different today or maybe all along? Because ability to work together with different groups. And the same thing has evolved in NIOT. So you have made a very big difference in terms of ability to bring people from different disciplines together. And this is a sort of something will last long. It is not when a culture happens in an organization in the beginning, that culture takes you very long. So this is something, a very unique contribution, more than the scientific contribution, but it is a culture setup. Being able to communicate very freely, even with the very young people. And that's what we have brought. So your contribution, I would say, is very, very unique with respect to developing this. Secondly, the way I perceive, everyone is born with a purpose. But sometimes we forget what my purpose of coming here to the earth was. T60 is decided by some rules by government. But our purpose doesn't end there. Our purpose is larger. So it's when Shailesh or someone else said, okay, this second phase or second life, I would say it's a continuation of that. Only thing you have to really look for a little more diversity. And I'm sure in your case, you will be still associated very deeply with the earth science, with the NIOT, because there's a lot more to do. So what we have discussed today as a part of Deep Ocean Mission is not something which will be over with the, let's say, deadline of the Deep Ocean Mission. Deadline maybe, I don't know when it is, maybe 2 years later or 3 years later. But the deep ocean is going to drive us. Because when we say blue economy, we are not going to say today or tomorrow. It's going to be for decades to happen. So you have a larger role to play, and I'm sure you will play that effectively. I wish you very, very healthy and transforming life, because you are going through new transformation. And like we have all gone through, Rajendra and myself and many others, Shailesh. So I'm sure your transformed life will be much more, even more productive, even more fruitful to the country. All the best to you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, words fail me. Actually, I cannot express in words. Actually, I have been with you for a long time. And always your reviews from actually are from morning 9 o'clock to evening 9 o'clock. With a few cups of tea, actually, how you used to review us. And you taught us a culture of getting reviewed, listening to others' points of view. It was not there with us clear. So we learned a lot from you and asking probing questions. I was always under the impression that you were amused with me. Actually, many times you look at me actually and smile. I was thinking maybe I was silly at the time, but we learned a lot from you, sir. And the review culture you brought here, and the system engineering approach you brought here. And I can say we have done well in all the projects actually, but the first time some kind of formalized thing actually and a structured thing happened in the manned submersible. And we are very sure, sir, this culture will stay with us. And you put us in same bracket with ISRO and DRDO and other things. At the time, we were not really confident that we are up to that one. But you told us that actually it is like looking at this row 30 years back. It was one of the actually very, very, Dr. Ramesh and I was there actually we were with you at the time. So that inspired us a lot actually. And sir, it's understatement if I say you are my inspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'll request Professor Ravindran to sum up as the first employer towards what sir has rightly said for the hill stations.
Request, don't shout at me today, sir.
See, Dr. Ramdas was a research scholar in the physics department. He finished his PhD and his guide, sent him straight to Ocean Engineering Center. Whether he asked him whether he wants to go to Ocean Engineering or not and all that, he sent him to Ocean Engineering Center. So Professor Raju and myself, we were there, and then that's how we joined the wave energy project those days, which was being implemented by supported by DOD and then MOES. Then he came with us to NIOT. Therefore, his association is, I think, longest among all the people concerned here. Therefore, no, knew him as a student also. Then he was my warden, assistant warden, when I was the warden of the Krishna Hostel in IIT. So I have shouted at him many times. He used to sleep late, get up late. He used to sleep. So I used to really shout at him that being a warden, he cannot do that and all that. So we had a very informal relationship and we enjoyed that. So later he was with us in the NIOT, he was and contributed to this ocean acoustic and other projects of NIOT. So he is a person who never fights with anybody. No, normally, in a group like this, I don't like you, so I fight with him. I don't like him, I fight with him. So like that, people are egoistic, especially scientists and engineers like us. Whereas he really used to interact with the people and then work positively with everybody else. So that is great quality. So I think that great quality will keep him in good health, and in the years to come, I wish him good health and happiness in all the years to come.
Actually, he was, when I was the general secretary of the Krishna Hostel, I was like a union leader. He was the first one to tame me, really. And later I joined in administration with him as assistant warden, actually. And then when he started this organization, I joined here. He never behaved like a boss. One day I called actually in front of his office, boss is there. He heard it and came out and told me, never call me boss. He warned me. Actually, when myself, Patak, Rajendra Chaudhary, Purnima, Dr. Lata, we were all like rowdies actually. We used to make a lot of noise outside his office. One day he came out running. We got scared. He said, what is a joke? You let me know. I want to help. So, and his car, and I don't know, one Maruti car, one ambassador car can take so many passengers inside that one, because he used to start from that Vijayanagar, actually used to come. By the time on the road, he used to pick so many of us actually and squeeze us inside. He never stood for ceremony. He doesn't know what is meant by actually being a boss or an authority and all. This culture is NIOT that's getting along well with the people. It started from him. If somebody else was the founder director, I don't know what sort of culture we could have really got here actually. And his vision, we were all telling him, sir, these buildings are big, these halls are big. Why do you need this kind of things? He used to tell me, you people, you don't understand, you have to think big and all. Similarly, he led the team from the front, whether it is Crawler, whether it is Votek, not during successes, but the way he led us during the mishaps and the failures, that lion-heartedness really, he was our boss actually. We were proud of saying that he was our director. I really led all my these things with almost to 23, 24 cruises I went actually, sometimes lasting for 40, 45 days. But it always like that. He used to tell us, first bullet should hit the leader. Okay? And we stood by that, sir, actually. And I tell you, whatever is NIOT today and whatever NIOT directors are today, it is all because of you. And even this, my short tenure, actually, when I was thinking it was only 3.5 years, Dr. Goyal told me, do you know I was a secretary for less than 3 years. We thought it's pretty long for us actually, but until you told us it was not 3 years. Yeah, and Dr. Siddiqui, director of NIO Goa, he was director for less than 1.5 years actually. But the legacy all you people created, the template you people have created, actually now you are praising us actually, but it's not our success. It is the template you made. Thank you very much for that.
So before we allow Dr. Ramdas to speak more, we want to have him do one responsibility, sir. there is a software that our team has developed. We want to operationalize it today. NIOT happens to be the recent favorite for a lot of malicious attacks and intruders finding way into our systems. Well, there does exist a security architecture and firewall preventing access. We want to create a second layer of protection by preventing all idle computers to shut down after a certain defined time zone. So our people have developed a software called Sentinel. I request Mr. Ramasundaram to kindly explain about it. And then I have the director in operationalize it.
Sir, there is an English proverb that says an idle mind is the devil's workshop, which reminds us that even that when a person is overcome by inactivity, all kind of wicked notions flood his mind, making the ideal location for the devil to carry out his evil deeds. Though the saying has its roots to the human behavior, it has a crucial impact in the modern IT world. A computer system connected to the network, left idle and unattended after office hours, is vulnerable to malicious attacks, and today's cybercriminals scans the whole of the internet for such targets, deploy bots by camouflaging itself as a legitimate file, bypassing the antivirus, and executes the malicious codes to steal information, sabotage the systems, or even take over the systems. We had such episode in last March 2023, and we started working on how to mitigate that issue, and we came out with this software. In addition, an idle PC consumes about 60 watts an hour. So a PC that is on and idle after office hours, that is 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., amounts to 15 hours, consumes 900 watts a day, and attributes to 328.5 kilowatts a year. If 100 such systems, of course, NIOT has 1,000 systems in place in its inventory. If 100 such systems are on post the office hours, it will consume around 32,850 kilowatts and more. I am talking about only the PCs, but there are printers and scanners which are being kept on or left on, in fact. It doesn't end here. The CO2 emission of an average PC per year is 528 kilograms, out of which 330 kilograms of CO2 emission will be from the systems that are on and idle beyond the working hours. So again, assuming such 100 such systems, the CO2 emission would be around 33,000 kilograms per year. To safeguard the network from malicious activities, maintain and manage IT assets effectively, to mitigate idle systems from malicious attacks, and to save electricity, a software by name Sentinel has been developed in-house by CMC team based on the guidance from our director, Dr. Ramdas. The Sentinel agent will display a notice on user systems that are on by 6 p.m. every day, stating that the system will be automatically shut down in 10 minutes of time, with an option to extend the system running for 1 more hour. If a user is working and want to extend, he or she can extend simply by pressing the extend button, else the agent will shut down the system after 10 minutes of time. We can have exceptions of certain systems that runs models. The alert will pop up in 1 hour time after each extension until the system is shut down completely. So Sentinel will prevent the system being idle on the network, saves idle systems from malicious attacks, saves electricity, and reduces the CO2 emission too. Further, the agent also has many capabilities, a rich dashboard. It can monitor itself and report to the central server whether it is working on a user system or not. It can remotely be triggered to wake up and start running on the user systems. The agent can monitor and report whether the latest version of Windows update, security patches, and antivirus patches is installed on the system or not. I'm sure the software will prove to benefit in terms of security, saving electricity, and will reap financial benefits. It can be expanded once the pilot phase is over. It can be expanded to the whole of MOE's institutions. And now I request our director, Dr. Ramdas sir, to unveil the software for NIOT use. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ramsundar. And I wish to tell this audience that yesterday we had our GB, and there was a proposal and there was a suggestion by Secretary also to have a underwater data center for actually, like Microsoft did actually. On experimental basis, we want to start it in the Lakshadweep Islands where we have our desalination plants are there. So I wanted this CMC to be not just a maintenance center, but they should contribute in many ways. And this is the beginning, but it's not the end. Similarly, we want our vessel management cell also to have actually autonomous demonstration of autonomous cargo vessel or something like that. They should not be just service providers, but they should contribute. And thank you very much for a good beginning. Right.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This brings us to the end of our workshop. I request my colleague, Mr. Rajesh, to give the vote of thanks.
Before that, I want to thank this thing. I can only say, sir, actually, I'm a Telugu person. I'm called Gold, actually. Okay, so there is one Chagrada Kirtana which says that Yandaro Mahanabhavanu Andariki Vandanamulu. I cannot translate in English properly. It says that there are so many great people. I salute all of them. Sir, you are the people who made me what I am today. I am eternally grateful, actually, for all of these things. Okay, but I really learned from each one of you. I'm not saying it just because today is my day of my retirement or anything like that, but it is my heartfelt gratitude, actually. Today, I am what I am because of all of you. Not only seniors, my juniors, as our philosophy says, there are 64 kinds of gurus, from child to animal to everything. So all of you are my gurus, all my colleagues, younger colleagues, all my teammates, my seniors, my bosses, everybody. And thank you very much, sir. Actually, I really, for once, actually, I'm tongue-tied. Actually, I'm a very talkative person, but today I cannot say more than this one. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir and madam. I thank all the dignitaries present over here and online because it was a very short time by call and we were making it happening for this. And I thank all the people who have joined for this workshop and also for the felicitating director NIOT for his superannuation. I thank all the group heads and the section heads for the witnessing this workshop and also the people from NCCR and NIOT. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for joining online. We will leave the online connection now, sir.